and hi, and welcome in, and hello, and welcome to the stream, everyone. How is everyone doing today? How has your week been? How are you feeling? What have you eaten? Are you safe? Hello and welcome in. Welcome to the Liberal Slop stream. Welcome Valerie, Valkyrie, Lorcan, Nagel. Thank you for resubscribing. Lorcan's been subscribed now for 59 months. Pew, 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 pew. Princess Beck Knight 666. Welcome to the stream. Middle-earth Marxist. Locke Winston lost his phone. Welcome to the stream. Ninny161. Great to have you here. Cherry Pitspit. Wonderful as always to have you on the stream chat today. Gayest Potato 2, long-time VOD watcher. This is true. First time chatter. I recognize Gayest Potato from having an excellent username. Cherry Pitspit says, I'm going to slop. Welcome, Vordrella. Lovely to have you here. Artist Synth, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you as always. Cami Demidori says, welcome to the stream, Cami Demidori. And Wintry Mew and Sasha R. Jones, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you all here. How is everyone doing today? I, personally, am having a big day. Did I get a little bit sunburned? I think I did. I think you can tell. I think you can tell I've gotten a little bit sunburned. I've been having a big day because my landlord is being an absolute nightmare. This is probably something I will update on across multiple streams because it's going to be an unfolding situation. Willow Treason, welcome to the stream. Rocket Propelled Taco Van, perfect username. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, by the way, my audio is better today. Last two streams, there was a hiss in my audio. It was this one right here. The camera itself had been added as a microphone, which is an absolute joker-pilled move by Streamlabs. Yeah, it just sucks. But I've now removed it as a microphone, so hopefully I'm no longer having like doubled up audio, but with one of them with loads of hiss constantly. And I'm hoping it sounds better this week. I will tell you more about the landlord situation and my renting situation, what's going on in my estate in a little bit. Firstly, housekeeping. I already asked how are people doing. Gayest Potatoes 2 says, I've had a busy week doing my first DM session prep and was just researching the history of the Algonquin nation and their history. That's lovely. That sounds really nice. Middle-earth Marxist says, no hiss this week. Cherry Pittsburgh says, audio is great. Could use some compression, but it's fine. Yes, I will need to fine-tune the audio still a bit more. I have a big... my problem is I have too fancy an audio setup. Someone who knows audio way better than me gave it to me as a present, and I've still, after many years, not fully understood how to operate it, but I'm working towards it being better. Princess Becknet 666 says, I'm having a pretty good weekend. Watching the Artemis mission has been an absolute joy. Yes, absolutely. I actually am hoping to get the whole stream wrapped up by 11:30 today. So an under 4-hour stream today because I would like us to raid into the Artemis return mission. I'd like to raid NASA. If we can. I don't know if they accept raids. I don't know. And yeah, I'd like to go watch that when I wrap up. So that's my goal today. VOD watchers, hello and hi to the VOD watchers. Hello, hello, hello. I am going to read some VOD comments in a second, as we know, as is well established from the Liberal Slop stream. I love the VOD watchers; they're my favorites. But this is a special message to the VOD watchers. If you regularly watch the VODs, please consider supporting me on Patreon specifically, because raising my core income at the moment, the dependable monthly payments, is like the biggest thing to give me more stability. And I will be talking in a second about the nightmare tenancy situation I'm in. So hopefully, bear that in mind. If you, like I know a lot of people do, or someone who's watching the VOD of this stream right now, and you watch that regularly and it's like, regular content for you that you enjoy, please consider supporting me. My links are down below. My Patreon is the best place to support me. Chatters, hello. For chatters, the best place to support me is here via command tip. I'm trying to get to £307 on the donos today. Use command tip to donate or subscribe or cheer if you'd like to, but the best place to do that to support me on stream is via the tip link. If we hit the goal, we'll add an extra bonus stream onto next month. We already have 2 next month, which is pretty cool. So tomorrow will be our first bonus stream this month, and I'll be playing some lightly modded Resident Evil 9, which should be a lot of fun. I hope everyone will enjoy it. I know I'm going to. And yeah, if we hit the goal today, we'll almost have a full month of Resident Evil streams coming up in May, actually. That's pretty cool, isn't it? So, Joe says, lightly, huh? Yeah, it's just lightly modded. We haven't changed any core mechanics or, you know, it's basically ultimately still the same game. We'll see. I will get to it. So my landlord has the management company that was running this estate has sold the entire estate and did it the end of last year and told us retrospectively, right? Like retroactively, they were just like, oh, this is your landlord now, by the way, bye. And like, we live on an estate where there basically is like, it's quite a nice neighborhood and quite quiet and like very pretty houses. And there's a lot of like, there were really strong tenant assurances given by the original landlords to people like 30 years ago or whatever. And it's just like, basically it's this little pocket of, you know, relatively central in London, but like quite nice rents for it. I still, you know, like absolutely extortionate compared to most of the rest of the country, but like, you know, quite nice. And so there's a lot of people here living underneath what are considered the market rates, and market rates for rent are obviously just absolutely fucking ridiculous. Like Willow Treason, thank you so much for tipping £3 and saying the teens are calling it overdraft. Overdraft maxing. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Please don't financially support me if you can't financially support me. I don't want people, you know, being in trouble on my account financially. So this new landlord has taken over and it's basically just like, well, we're just going to charge market rates. We're just going to raise all of the rents to market rates. And because of these people who've had like stronger tenancy agreements and stuff, and been paying rent below market rate all this time, you're talking about some people who've lived here over 10, 20, or even 30 years who are now like facing a like £700 rent increase, or just straightforwardly Section 21s. Like they're just trying to kick people out. On my street at the moment, there's just a ton of like big skips. They're just gutting places, throwing stuff out. It's an absolute nightmare. And on my place specifically, we haven't had as much of a nightmare rent increase as other places, but that's like a low bar, right? Compared to what some people have had. We've had a demand for a £250 a month increase. So this is why I'm saying, if you aren't currently and can support my Patreon, please support my Patreon. We are fighting this, but fighting this might end up involving legal costs. Either way, like I'm currently only just covering my rent and bills anyway, so like I would appreciate people helping me out as much as they can. If you like my work, if you've gotten stuff from my work, please support my work. But yeah, certainly I and no one I know has like an extra £250 a month that they can just pull out of thin air at the same time the electricity bills and grocery bills are rising. So like, please, yes, please support me. As I say, chatters, please use command tip, and let's try and hit £307 today. And VOD watchers, hello again, VOD watchers, hi. Please check out the links below, and especially support me on Patreon. But there's also a one-off tip link below if you want to. Yeah, so like that's what's going on. It's an absolute nightmare. We looked into some of the people who are involved, and it's this like ridiculous network of shell corporations. Just like they've made a whole bunch of like companies that exist just on paper to manage estate development in a whole bunch of ways that are like really shady, like having like five different companies to manage the redevelopment of the estate, like one for each like stage of development with different people as managers so they can limit their legal liability and pay less tax and shit. It's really gross. And I mean, anyone who's dealt with like shitty landlords knows that like shitty, lazy, stupid, and incompetent are kind of all tied up together when it comes to landlords. Like a lot of the time, a landlord who's like a nice landlord will also just be like pretty on top of it in terms of like doing repairs for you or like just doing whatever they can to make your situation better. And generally, landlords who are being an absolute fascist about it are also stupid and incompetent and lazy. So that's usually the saving grace because, as in the case of some of my neighbors, like they've been given documentation that just doesn't actually make lots of sense and has a lot of mistakes in it and will need to be refiled and so on. And the management agency has been like calling up some of the people in the neighborhood and just harassing them, like just telling them that they have to move out and they have to move out by a certain date and they will be being given a Section 21 order. And like they've sent out letters telling people that they will be served with a Section 21 order and stuff like this. That's just like, that's. It seems that if you could do that, you would have done that. So it seems like the dates that you're asking them to move out, you're more asking rather than saying they actually have a legal requirement to do that. We're talking to the local council. Local council is the Labour Party, so it sucks and it's stupid and I hate them. So everything's great, really. What am I saying? Yeah, the local Labour Party, clearly in an attempt to like look like they're actually competent government and try and win re-election, have organized a couple of meetings now. We're really hoping we're going to take the tenant organizing into the hands of the tenants now and like make make our own decisions as a collective and wield collective power the best we can, because yeah, it just like this is what I was saying about market rates is like we just took literally I've come from the meeting just now, like we talked to the council just now, and I think they don't even really understand the situation very well, which is like, great, good job being our government representatives. But they're like, we can take this to a tribunal and it won't let it be above market rate. And it's like the issue isn't the issue is not them charging more than market rate. The issue is that there's a whole bunch of people here who live in a community and in homes that they've lived in for a very long time, who will be uprooted, made homeless, or whatever. Like, if it's demanded legally that they have to pay market rate, like they've been paying under market rate, and no one can handle these increases. But there's also just a whole bunch of people who are just like sweet old nanas, and they've lived here like nearing 40 years, and these people are just gonna try and kick them out. So obviously we had our first meeting with the local council people, and our MP is telling us like, we're gonna do what we can in the classically like wonky lanyard brain politician speak, and one of these like Southwark nanas is just like if the council, sorry, she's just like, if we resist this and say we're not going to go, what will the council do then? And she just cut right through everything, because it's just like, what the council would do then, right? Like, they would then side with the landlord. They would send bailiffs, they would send police. Like, if it's all done through the proper channels, right, it doesn't matter what's obviously moral and what would be like destroying people's lives. It matters, it doesn't matter what's obviously moral. It matters to them what forms have been filled out. If you are rich and powerful, because that's another thing is like they're doing a bunch of shit. Like, we're all very sure is illegal in terms of their like development and stuff, and it's pretty clear that they want to just like get it done, and then it'll be too late for the get it done and get people moved in as soon as possible, and it'll be too late for the council to tell them they can't do those kinds of developments. But the local paper is reporting on it. We are looking into forming a tenants and residents association, and we are organizing to wield collective power. So, we'll see how it goes. Like I say, I categorically do not have £250 extra a month. That's, and who does? If you do, please subscribe to my Patreon at £250 a month. But supposing no one like that exists who's gonna solve the problem for me, yes, I'd really appreciate if people could subscribe to my Patreon and support me there. And chatters, if you can afford to tip, please, whenever you're tickled or your brain is tickled by the stream, you find yourself going, "Ooh, wow, that's a really interesting point." Just remember, that is technically classified by the Labour government as enjoying the stream. And I'm not going to say you owe a fee for that, but I am going to say, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream, because I'm doing a job at the moment, and it's nice when I get paid for doing my job. Okay. So, this, by the way, this here, the green screen alert box, I'm going to be refilming pretty soon. I think I've talked about this, but I've actually got the outfit planned out. Gayest Potato, thank you so much for the tip of £5 and the message, tip maxing. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I am going to look at some VOD comments now. Let me just make sure everything is on the correct screen before I go and accidentally show my hole to twitch.tv or whatever. I don't have my nudes open on my desktop. That's a completely insane thing. Why would I? This is like when I don't know if I've talked about this on stream before, but like literally every time I've ever uploaded a YouTube video, which you might have noticed is like some number of times, I have this worry while it's uploading that I have somehow like said a really hideous slur, like one of the worst slurs, and that like I've missed it, right? Like I said it, I didn't hear it, I've forgotten I said it, whatever, the person who's in the room with me has not heard it, they completely missed it, they meant to tell me about it, but they felt too awkward and they didn't, I edited it, in the editing I didn't watch it, and then and then I'm uploading it and it's just gonna be like right in the video, completely just like awful and like really, harmful to a bunch of people. And yeah, and that's what it's like being me. That's my brain when I'm uploading videos. Why was I talking about this? Oh, because my other screen. This is my other screen. There you go. That's my desktop background. It's not. I haven't got a picture of my butthole on screen. Why would I have that? Okay, so we're gonna look at some VOD comments now. This is I've lowered the level of conversation on the stream here quite severely. Lokan says you were on Gamer Moment Bridge. Exactly. Oh my goodness, there is an ad break going on, and it ends in 5 seconds. Okay, we are gonna look at some VOD comments when people are now back from the ad break. Hello, welcome back. If you don't want to see more, ads, you should subscribe to get ad-free viewing. VOD viewers, you get the ad-free uninterrupted viewing. Another reason to consider subscribing to my Patreon. Cherry Pit says, I have desktop nudes, I'm not gonna lie. I have nudes that are... Why is this? What have I done to myself here? For fuck's sake. I have like a folder of like artsy fancy nudes taken with a camera and stuff like this that like, and it's specifically the fear. Fenkirk, thank you so much for donating £5. None of this is the liberal slop stream. For fuck's sake. I just don't have them like just up on my screen, I guess is what I'm getting at. I don't just have I don't just have them around. And so they're not going to be here when we change screen. This is going to be the VOD comments now, and you know. Row the line. Middle Earth Marcus, thank you for the £2 tip. Please cover your desktop shame. Row the Lion says, regarding the first article, the thing that really turns my stomach is that with all this horrific environmental change, with the poisoning and killing and polluting and future withering, I just know that if you held it up to the US military officials, you get some kind of so what response. This doesn't just punish the people you're bombing, it affects the entire planet. So what? Coral reefs give the ocean its oxygen. If you kill them, the ocean life. Fuck fish, eat cow instead. Like, they genuinely just want to see the world die because it means they win the gun wagging contest. Think of the children's state who's aggressively funded and executed strategies of violence could give those children a desolate, waterless, airless, creatureless world. But hey, I guess they'll all be on their apps, so they won't notice. My stomach has turned too many times, and I want to bleh and bleh and bleh forever. Please, can we do a world army already and stop them? Yes, army to save the world cannot arrive fast enough. Great comment, Ro. I just wanted to read that out because I think it's like, this is a feeling. I just run into this feeling a lot. Just genuinely, like, if I think too deeply about, like, the chuds, right? Just, like, the chuds who run the world. I'm just like, oh my god, Terms of service forbid me from talking about how I feel fully, but I have been enjoying recently thinking of a character who suddenly gets so mad that they just kill everyone in a straight line between them and the White House. That's been really tickling me and uplifting me in my dark moments. So there you go. That's an imaginary character and no real expression or desire for violence. You know, that character might want to do something illegal and bad, like assassinate the president of the United States. I don't. I just find that character funny, and that's my sin to work on. Oh no, Sasha says, my internet connection is being absolute garbage. I have to catch the VOD later. Have a good stream, everyone. Bye, Sasha. Thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry that your internet is being bad. That's a real shame. Yes, that was a good comment. That was a feeling I encounter a lot. Here is another comment I quite enjoyed from Sam, the Anthro. Speaking as someone who grew up as the weird, fat, queer kid in my conservative hometown in Texas, I find it incredibly frustrating that adults talk about blanket social media bans for teens as a net good that has no negative side effects. They talk about how social media is addicting, but never what aspects drive young people to want to be online so much. Suddenly cutting teens off that isn't going to magically fix being trapped with abusive parents or bullied at school or any other of a million reasons that they would look for comfort online that they're not getting in their offline life. As for what will happen next with Iran, this is a topic we should get to in a second. As for what will happen next with Iran, I feel like this is a major tipping point with US international relations. I think a lot of Trump's dumber blunders in his first term were tolerated because being on good terms with the US was still too financially beneficial to deviate from, and there was a lot of people probably assuming, well, he'll be gone in 4 years, and then we'll get a normal one again. But with his return to power and seemingly wanting to stay there and making even bigger blunders that are royally fucking over the global economy, I wouldn't be surprised if countries like Canada, Great Britain, and France start putting their economic eggs in a non-US basket if they haven't already done so. It just feels like a situation where all the other world leaders are tolerating Trump up until a point where he fucks them over so thoroughly, they decide, actually, being allies with the US isn't worth this anymore, and find greener pastures. I think that's a very broadly, like, true and fair articulation in pretty plain English of, like, what we're seeing at the moment. Like, I think it seems very reasonable. Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable read on what's going on geopolitically. And regarding the internet social media stuff, this is like So following on from the stream we had last week about like tech and its role in the collapsing empire, like what's tech gonna look like in 5 or 10 years? Um, like we're gonna touch on a little bit more of that today because I think it's important that we see that like the Silicon Valley boys have made a bunch of quite specific and quite extreme promises, uh, and essentially they've offered the fascists, they've offered the MAGA regime this promise of like being able to implement like a techno-authoritarian end-to-end control of everyone's lives. And if people have been keeping track now, by the way, that is my third drink. They call me Sophie 3 Drinks. They call her Sophia 3 Drinks McAllister, because she has 3 drinks. I can never just have the one drink when I'm streaming. It's because I think that like the drinking is kind of a stim for me, and if it's the one thing, I just run out of it far too fast, and it keeps me on a flow to just be like rotating different flavors. Anyway, this is actually where I could get my extra £250 a month from. Just absolutely hard cut, like only drink water from now on. Yeah, tech's role. So like I think that like the idea of blanket social media bans for kids is very obviously a bit of a wedge issue. As we were talking about last week, it almost always just points straight towards we should have full government ID, face verification, digital verification on every service to protect the kids, to keep the kids safe from seeing a titty online or whatever. And $700 on candles, yes, this is exactly the issue. Yeah, this is the problem. No, actually, please support me financially. I I have a very strange job where I don't have any money unless kind strangers on the internet give me money, and so my income is, it's a scary prospect. Just any kind of bills increase or whatever. What were we talking about? Tech. So yeah, we'll talk about a little bit more about this in a bit, but I think it's like, this particular wedge is unfortunately like it's being quite effective. Like I think a lot of people are going like, oh no, young people and the internet, this is a really serious, scary problem. And it's like it is a really serious, scary problem, and a multifaceted one at that. Like there's a lot of different things going on. But I think that if we're looking at, as we were last week a little bit, things like Brianna Jai, the trans teenager who was stabbed to death in the UK, if we're looking at cases that resemble the storyline from that show, what's it called, Adolescence, and there have been a few of those, right? Like, then we'll see that there are problems that need fixing for sure. Like there are just very obviously problems that need fixing. Young boys are being exposed to like just disgustingly misogynistic content that is teaching them in straightforward terms that they should be the worst kind of man that they can be. The death of Brianna Jai, very clearly to do with the amounts of transphobia that are accessible to young people through social media. And then, as I say, like the wedge issue is being driven very effectively, I think because a lot of people just older people don't really understand the internet that well, and so someone says like some politician says we've consulted with cybersecurity people, and they say that the solution to this is to make sure that, we talk with child psychologists, child development experts, cybersecurity people who study internet sociology or whatever, and it's just like, no, you haven't. You've asked for the opinions that you want to have given to you by the people who have the pertinent credentials, right? You've said, hey, like, is there someone here? Do you have someone who works for your think tank that has, you know, a PhD in child development, and can we get them to offer the take that like kids should all be banned off the internet? But I think that what am I trying to say? Tech is falling apart a little bit, and we're going to talk about that this week at 2. I think I'm going to shelve it until we actually get to the relevant article now. Sundry Clowncar 295, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Sundry Clowncar says, we talked to an expert. Please sign the blank check. Yeah, that's like, yeah, extremely, yeah. That's almost exactly it. Like, I know people, I have known people and know someone at the moment who works for a think tank. And it is just like, think tanks pretty reliably put out takes that suit the flavor of like what their think tank does. Like, they're working around the clock to produce reports that give out like just the exact flavor of ideology that they sell themselves as. So they're just like, they're a center-left think tank, they're a social democrat think tank, they're a center-right think tank, they're a Christian right think tank, they're an eco-left think tank or whatever. And it's just like every single month they'll put out new, effectively, content. Like, they'll put out new reports and takes that are just aligning with that brand that they've offered. And then whenever the government wants to do the kind of policy that aligns with their suggestions, those suggestions have been there floating around the entire time, and they can just do it. Fish McDonald's, man, welcome to the stream. I see you're a first-time chatter. Dap me up, man. You know that we're online right now, right? We are not in physical space. Anyway. Why was I talking about think tanks even? Oh, my head's a mess today because of all the Tenant shit. I think we're done with comments for now. We're going to unfortunately look at some posts. Unfortunately, they are ContraPoints posts. Unfortunately, they are on twitter.com. And unfortunately, people have been being not normal towards a transgender woman online. Can you believe it? But I want to talk about her posts because I think she often like encapsulates some like very specific articulations of liberalism. So she is getting featured on the Liberal Slop stream this week. But I just want to like preface this, and we'll see it as we go through. That Joe, did you pin the message 3 drinks? Do not care. Dap up the camera. Are you this rude in everyone's chat? But yeah, I just want to say, like, we're gonna look at some posts. She has some takes I'd like to discuss, the like ideological nature of the takes and the misunderstandings of the nature of like organizing and revolution and political change. And I think going into it, I'd just like to say I want to be as like generous as possible, right? I think like it's just with someone who just gets a fucking ton of harassment all the time, who also does keep on putting out kind of atrocious takes. I don't want to be like writing a blank check or conducting or staging here like a 2-minute hate for people to be like mad, you know. Fish McDonald's, man, says okay. Everyone leave the new chatter alone. Just everybody chill a little bit, okay? I think the term think tank has always given me such a vivid image of disembodied liberal brains floating in aquariums and being used to power an economist writer. It's powerful stuff. It's powerful stuff. It does sound gross. Like, it does. I think the think tank as a phenomenon, like, it feels very aligned with the neoliberal era and the like the Pax Americana end of history shit. Um, we're gonna look at some posts. As I've said, I've done probably enough caveating now. I don't want to just like encourage people to go and yell at her or whatever. Anyone here or watching VOD or any context who takes my criticisms and then goes and gives shit to this woman, I am mad at you. You know what? I'm gonna go a step further. I'm mad at you. Don't harass trans women on the internet. Cut it out. But I think this is interesting. So, speaking of what happened with Iran and the developments since last week, I'm sure everyone here is acutely aware that during the week, Trump said he said that an entire civilization is going to die tonight. As they approached the end of the what was it, the 48-hour deadline he had supposedly given to Iran. In hindsight, it's fairly obvious to say that like he was absolutely shitting and pissing his pants, and that he's been having a terrible time just in general. Today, the 10th of April, this is going to figure quite largely in the first article we look at, actually, is when the deliveries of oil from the Persian Gulf will like stop reaching the UK and Europe. In about a week is when it's going to stop reaching, or just under a week is when it's going to stop reaching the US. We've covered this on previous streams now. So the economic shockwave is still expanding out around the world, and it's only just beginning today here. Or I guess we'll begin in earnest tomorrow. So like, in terms of the leverage that Iran has in all this, it actually feels very ironclad that like, it sucks that they're getting bombed. It's a horrible situation to be in, but they actually know how to make America hurt back. They understand that profit is the bottom line, and they understand. Morgana says, "Oh boy, the wave is about to hit them." Yeah, I mean, yeah. Shit's gonna be extremely fucked everywhere, and the ceasefire. Sorry, I should be telling things in sequential order. The ceasefire that's happened, like, it's completely fake. It's just gonna like it's gonna collapse within 10 seconds. Israel is already still attacking Lebanon because Israel's being incredibly like open about the fact that they are using this whole situation to try and expand the borders of Israel and invade other countries, which I think it's been fairly obvious was their intention for quite a long time. Trump said an entire civilization is going to die tonight, and then backed way the fuck off as soon as the deadline hit and negotiations started. I saw a post earlier today that was pointing out that Trump is now taking this sort of tone where he's being like, come on, guys, be nice, come on, about the Strait of Hormuz, because they've reclosed the Strait of Hormuz, and he's saying, what? No! Like, the point of the negotiation, like, their side of the negotiation should be that they're letting oil tankers through, and they have shut things down because of Israel still bombing Lebanon. I say still bombing them. To be clear, like, massively stepping up the level that they're bombing Lebanon at. It's really horrific. And someone pointed that out, and this is just a thought before we get to the thing I'm trying to actually intro here. But like, that switch that Trump had between like tough guy talk, saying he's like literally like saying an entire civilization is going to die, which a lot of people write as being like a threat of nuclear war. I was pretty clear. I was saying like I really super believe that they're not going to that then they're not going to use nuclear weapons. In general with Iran, I don't think it's that likely. In that specific thing, I was saying on the day, like, I think people are misinterpreting this message, and if he follows through with stuff, it's just going to be exactly what he promised, which is bombing of power plants and bridges, was what he said, which is a crazy thing for him to have posted, because he was literally advertising ahead of time that he was going to do war crimes. But he is not a smart man, the president of the United States. It's pretty wacky. Middle-earth Marxist. Melania got my phone. Yeah, exactly. What was I saying? So, Fish McDonald's Man says, I might be the most unserious guy here. We like a little goofball. We like somebody who jokes around, but we are also discussing geopolitics, so unfortunately it is all a bit dry. Anyway, this induced this crucial moment of panic, right? I think a lot of people were very panicked, very scared, and only Mule will be vindicated in the history books for having the correct takes. He was correct to say that the Mossad and the US were involved in the protests in Iran, and this was dismissed by many, including myself to some degree. I hold up my hands about this as being a bit of a paranoid, tanky take, and now they're just saying it explicitly. So that's pretty cool. Oh, Morrigan, thank you. Morrigan says, Sophie is a lovely human being. You're on a 3-stream streak. Doesn't quite compare to Lorcan's 59 months of viewing, but it's pretty good. Long message. This long message is not for me. This is okay. Fenkirk says, depriving a country of 90 million that is already in water crisis of power / desalination is a maddening prospect. Yeah, like saying that they're going to attack infrastructure that in a way that constitutes a war crime in the first place is a pretty wild maneuver. Lokan says, it's not a competition, but I am winning. Vord saying, DJ Mule, the Cassandra of our age. I think Mule is plugged into some fringe sources that other people could probably benefit from paying a bit more attention to. But maybe generally I'm just saying people should watch the DJ Mule stream. He's got the juice, that boy. He's batting 1,000. It may be 0 days since misinfo spread on the DJ Mule stream, but it's also 0 days since info spread, so consider that. Mule was vindicated because he was just like, no, he's going to do nothing. And I can verify this because I was calling with Mule to discuss the Red Planet Zad documentary earlier that day, and I was like, I think people are wasting a bunch of time talking about this nuke stuff. I think they're misinterpreting the post. And Mule was just like, nah, he's not doing anything. He's getting mega punished economically. It will get worse for him if he follows through with his threats. He's doing nothing. Don't worry about it. He's just gonna back off. And he's very, there you go. But there was this period of panic, and people felt like everything was going to escalate quite dramatically, quite suddenly. I still, despite not believing that they were going to use nuclear weapons, I felt like people weren't understanding quite understanding the gravity of, if they caused this mass death in Iran, it would be a humanitarian tragedy on an enormous scale. But at the same time, Iran had also promised to hit all of its neighbors in kind if their power plants and bridges and infrastructure was attacked, which means that the economic fallout was going to be something that probably would last decades. And if more escalation happens with Iran, we might still be in that situation. Yay! That's cool, isn't it? So, set your minds to the moment when, we were all panicking. Everyone was, oh my god, they're going to do some terrible, terrible shit. Trump has said a whole civilization will die tonight. And this is the context in which Natalie Wynn was tweeting. We're just gonna have a look through some posts. Here we go. There. I lost the button for a second. This one's very funny. Also, her video about Saw recently was very good. I'm happy to admit, like, I still watch and enjoy ContraPoints videos. I think they're really fun. I just think I take some politics very annoying and bad. So, this one was one people were taking a bunch of issues with, right? So, Michael Tracy, who's like a conspiracy leftist weirdo, says, we're now 21 hours away from the promised military conflagration of unknown proportions and ramifications that's supposed to be unleashed. So, what are we supposed to do? Twiddle our thumbs, sing kumbaya, meditate, just wait patiently for the crazed Truth Social post? And she said, well, I was told we didn't need to vote because there would be a revolution if things got bad. So I assume that's happening any minute now. This is one of a series of posts about that betray a particular understanding of how organizing in politics is supposed to work. So, quoting herself, she says, seriously, where are the revolutionaries? Are they at brunch? I'm hearing that the plan all along was to keep Democrats out of power and then, once they're out of power, tell them to do something. This part, I think it's just kind of, it's what if you were going for the like the classical names of debates. This is reductio ad absurdum, right? Like this is no, she doesn't. I don't think she thinks that was anyone's real plan. But this is interesting, right? Like if things get bad enough, there will just be a revolution, so that's fine. Seems to be more of an articulation of something she does think people believe. I've been advised to delete the Caesar tweet. Please voice your opposition to civilizational annihilation calmly and peacefully. Presumably it was an Ides of March thing. It was some kind of her saying that Trump should get killed or something. Like just guessing, inferring from context. She shared the... Is this House of Decline? This is House of Decline, right? I think we're going to have to kill this guy, Stephen, post. So this is actually past the... No, hang on a second. Okay, so she kept posting... Sorry, she kept posting past the crisis time when everyone was freaking out. So this is just a negotiating tactic after the deal. I can't believe the Secret Service thought it was serious. Lamau. Maybe I'm missing the context of that slightly. And then we get into like just people saying a bunch of shit about her and being mean at her. So like, as I say, people are very quick to talk shit on Natalie Wynn and harass her and stuff. This one, just like, what am I supposed to get from... I haven't seen this film with Brendan Fraser where he's really fat, like to the point of disability and poor health. Presumably you're supposed to feel bad for him? He is a sympathetic character in the film, right? Like, I don't know, I haven't seen it. Anyway, when you ask revolutionaries why they aren't revolting, they just look at you and like this. And then probably most pertinent to the same point, the video of the guy burning down the what is it? Is it toilet paper? Some kind of paper stock warehouse anyway. She says, see this I can respect. No LARPing here, just an honest-to-God arsonist. To be clear, I would not do an arson because I have many anxieties like what if I go to jail? What if the fire spreads and a single mom dies of smoke inhalation? So I vote, I lib out, I stay in my lane. So I think like all of this is obviously all of this, like so much posting about geopolitics online, is an expression of frustrated helplessness. Like we're all feeling extremely powerless and unable to do anything, and it's really upsetting to all of us. But in this, like, she betrays a very strange understanding that I think is like entirely based in online, which isn't that surprising. She seems to be a very online person, and this is why I've ended up putting it on Liberal Slop this week. I think these are some sloppy tweets. Unfortunately, there is a shortage of toilet paper for some reason right now. What have we got in chat? So Morgan the Fae says, libbing isn't a thing you are, it's a thing you're doing. That's a very fun, that's a Natalie Graeber conflagration there. Noise Puppy says, at the advice of counsel, I'm shutting the hell my mouth. Lorcan says, Contra conveniently forgetting that one of the main complaints the Dems had with the war is that Trump declared it bad. Declare what do you mean? Declared it in a bad way, or that Trump said the war was bad? See ya, Fish McDonald man. Thanks for stopping by. Come back anytime. Slop 'em up, etc. Anyway, yeah. So I think that, like, okay. I think I've seen her express this before, and I think this is a fairly common kind of misunderstanding among American middle-class liberals that I'd like to talk about a bit. Because I think that, like, it's, as I said, a very online thing, and it's possible that people online, including my own chat, including my own VOD viewers, still have this kind of misapprehension. And frankly, like, a lot of my work the last, say, 5 years has been quite focused on getting people who understand leftist theory quite well to understand how much just understanding leftist theory isn't doing the job, and you have to actually get outside of your house and organize with people and make change in material, structured ways. So the idea of, like, why aren't the revolutionaries revolting? This is, I guess, like the core articulation of this stuff here. Or to put it another way, I posted earlier about, like, her take on like voting and arson, right? Like, these are the two things. There's voting and there's arson, and that's it. Like, there's a very frustrating thing, I think, going on where the people who would be revolutionaries, as it were, the people who would be in power if they built enough power to make serious, significant change, they don't... It's their first time on the planet as well, and they don't have a perfect model, or they would have already done it, and they have clearly quite a flawed model. Again, or they would have already done it, but in a lot of cases, like, people are working on problems that are still worsening. Like, there are so many things where people are chucking tons of energy and time into some particular issue, and it would be worse still if they hadn't, and there would be people who would be, for example, tenants unions, there'd be people who are homeless, or whatever. But the situation overall is not improving. Like, they're not actually making things better for people. And there's a lot of different, like, there are many different factors at play in organizing that make a movement succeed or fail, and make different contexts and different, like, sites of solidarity or sites of struggle worthwhile. And what do I want to say here? You can make criticisms of them that make sense. and you can make criticisms of them that betray that you just don't understand what you're talking about in the slightest. Like, it isn't a big rush out into the streets, like, mass protest, bigger than any other protest there's been, that will just place new people in power, right? Like, that's not actually a revolution per se. Like, if that does happen and work, I guess you would consider that a revolution. I'd be pretty baffled by it and wondering if there was, like, foreign government interference, if, like, there was just all of a sudden one day a big protest and then someone else is in charge. That seems more like a coup than anything else. But, like, a revolution is built over an incredibly long time through a lot of quite boring work, and crucially, an enormous chunk of the, I'm just going to say Anglophone left, because in Europe they have it's not quite the whole imperial core. In some parts of Europe they have a better perspective on this. I've seen good examples in the German left, the French left, and the Dutch left, personally speaking, and the Italians and the Spanish actually as well. So it really is the Anglophone. The Anglophone left is like quite dire. In the Anglophone left, we have this very serious problem where the struggle is the thing to be doing, and the only thing to be doing, and the thing to be spending your time on. And frankly, it's quite similar to the like voting or arson perspective, that the two things you can be doing are voting or arson. Or in this regard, I guess it's like they understand that it's not literally arson that's the thing, but it's like organizing and it's activism and it's protesting. And I think that like the emergence of an activist class and a bit of an activist counterculture, which is generally like young-ish, queer, usually many of them queer people from middle-class backgrounds, are like a quite large proportion of this population who have like broadly the classic woke set of beliefs, and they're not I'm going to repeat, it's their first time on the planet too. There are various problems that people are encountering in activist spaces, and some of them are really, really glaring, and some of them are interconnected, and this is something that like I both intend to write about, but also hope to chat about in an ongoing sense on the Liberal Slop stream. Like I was thinking recently about how the lack of interpersonal community care and proper understanding of how we need to elevate people out of their immediate terrible conditions in order to liberate them, to let them help with the struggle, right, is actually quite tied to people's like, hey Rain Trigger Yellow, lovely to have you here, and thank you. I think I look quite nice today too. Been a long time since I caught a stream, I think. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a minute. What was I saying? Oh, failing to understand that we need to like improve people's conditions and lift them out of shit conditions so they too can be part of the movement and help to free more people, and not wanting to work with people that they don't like, who they don't have like almost total ideological alignment with. Like example, I'm organizing with my tenants in a neighborhood that's quite near Millwall, and like a lot of them my fellow tenants, my neighbors is the word, fucking hell, in an area that's quite near Millwall. So some of them are quite racist, and like I don't like it. As a white person, it doesn't hurt me, right? So that's a privilege that I can afford to take on, and just be like, okay, this doesn't hurt me. I can be around this and challenge it, and try and make this an easier space for people who might be more affected. But like, I'm also not going to be like, oh, well, I've heard this person say a racist thing, and so I'm just never going to speak to them ever again. It's like, we have to have solidarity, right? We have to like move through stuff together in order to like to make change. Like we're in a dire situation where a bunch of people are going to be homeless. And I think that like I had this realization recently, like how tied together those two things are, like an inability to work with people who don't conform to a quite strict set of standards, and failing to understand the need to provide for people's like core needs such as food. Sundry Clown Car 295 says, I have a family member in my country's Green Party, and their main goal is to get local governments to create more parks and volunteer efforts, because you cannot force people into activism, but you can create things in their lives they will want to fight to defend. That's a very valid and a possibly good strategy. But yeah, I think that in the Anglophone left, we have this thing where, firstly, there's like an activist class. There's a lot of people who are sort of having a bit of a briefcase boy reaction to the injustices of the world, and trying to like show that they're doing enough time on their like for their CV, like they're trying to like show that they're like a good person doing the good person things. And what like Noise Puppy says, I can't take part in the revolution, I'm working that day. Yeah, no, exactly. Treebard says, hi Sophie, getting down in the muck this week. Happy to catch the live slot for once. Oh, it's live. And hi, and welcome to the chat, Treebard. It's lovely to have you here. What was I going to say? What was I saying? Oh, the little threads run away from me so fast. I think people are having, yeah, like a bit of a business boy reaction and trying to like do good stuff to look good on their CV. People are getting burned out. A lot of people are encountering problems and don't have a head for systems, or just don't really care that much or believe in the goal of making a better world all that much, because they've ingested too much like capitalist realism. And then I've heard this phrase a few times recently, people talking about like taking a break from the left, or putting it in slightly different words, but people talking about like taking a break from the left. And it's absolutely horrifying as an idea for me, because it just betrays like such an intense privilege at a time when people are like so like people are confronted with just death, just like really like intense horror. And I'm not just so much talking about Palestine here or other things where like people are seeing horrible stuff happening through social media or whatever. But I think about like Minnesota, think about the immigrant communities in the US who've been targeted by ICE, think about the immigrant communities here in the UK who are targeted by ICE, trans people in the UK, and then just like the massive economic crisis that's unfolding all around us, right? Um, people people getting a bit burned out and then saying like I need to take a break from the left now. It's a very surreal and upsetting thing to see to me. Um, Princess Backnote 666 says, "Sorry, what part of leftist struggle do you feel capable of taking a break from?" Well, like this too, I think is people. This itself can be divided into a couple of different types of person. One person I think still cares a lot, and it is kind of a bit like Natalie when having a like a semantic a misunderstanding or a semantic difference about like what counts as like organizing or activist politics, and they'll be saying I am going to like try and make things good in my local community and improve things for people and defend people from getting evicted, and I'm going to like cook for people and do this kind of support work and whatever so that like people around me are doing better, and I'm gonna like go to marches less and stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, that's politics. That's your we live in a society that like doesn't doesn't let people have community in human ways and alienates people very extremely, and completely silos and atomizes people, and so connecting becomes a political act, right? um so that's the semantic side of it, and then the other one is just genuinely like private school psychopaths, just like actually just people benefiting from like enormous levels of privilege, and they're just like, well, I'm just going to go back to my law degree or whatever, right? Like it's just literally like, well, I tried interfacing with an organization and it was annoying, or it like burnt me out a little bit or whatever, and I just like, sorry, I got distracted by a message. um and now I'm just going to go back to a life of complete privilege. And this is the thing I've definitely encountered across a bunch of spaces, is like people who are, they might be involved, they might be invested in quite radical ideas in a very abstract on paper way. When they hit the really difficult emotional challenges of it, they nope out really hard because they've got the privilege to do that. They've got the space to retreat into. um Lorcan says, to be fair, I am annoying. You're delightful. Um, Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. If Let me see what we're at. So we're aiming for £307. That means we've got £130 to go. So if everyone watching right now gave £3, if you all, literally everyone right now, did command tip and then followed the link through and gave me £3 only, we would hit the donor goal right away. So seriously, little donations do matter and do make a difference, and it's genuinely very heartwarming to me when there's a whole cascade of little donations from people, because I see that I'm not, relying on anyone's massive donations. No one's no one's in danger of going without food, but the stream is sustainable. So Jenny Azoth says £3.07 to be exact. Thank you, Jenny. So if everyone could please type TIP and then send me £3.07, I would really appreciate that. In the Anglophone left, we have a serious problem that people see like the struggle as this thing to be done. Part of the problem is the activist class, a whole bunch of whom are trying to like posture to each other, and everyone hates this word and is sick of this word, but virtue signal, try to show that they're the most woke. And there's a horrible amount of burnout between people who care an enormous amount and they work way too hard, and organizations are completely willing to just take their labor, their free labor, and just watch them get absolutely fucked until they can no longer contribute. People who have privilege and so are able to just nope out whenever they feel like it as soon as it starts to get hard for them. People who weren't like that invested in the first place and so like are just like not gonna stick around for when it gets hard because like the organization hasn't really given them any reason to. A whole bunch of people who are in 50 different organizations, some of them quite passively, some of them far too actively. Like it's a bit of a fucking mess. The Tesla Edsel has tipped £3. Thank you so much, the Tesla Edsel. What was I saying? But I think that the really resounding thing here, like with all this burnout, is that we aren't making activism a nice place to be. We are not making activism and organizing and organizations and the movement a nice place to be, not just like the right thing to do, but like a place that people like being in. Rain Trigger Yellow, thank you so much for donating £3.07, the exactly correct amount. This is what I mean. It's really nice to when people come through with little donos. We need to make like, okay, this seems incredibly basic, and honestly like is a thing that I know has existed through successful organizing movements in the past, especially ones that have led to like really significant change. Feeding people, right? Like there have been so many bars and canteens and cafes and whatever and food services operated by workers' unions in the past where workers can eat, where people who are part of the union can eat, right? If we were operating just like regular fucking community canteens and just giving people one free meal even a week, okay? Noise Puppy, thank you so much for donating £3. If we were giving people like one free meal a week, right, then the people who are doing all of this work towards the struggle all the time, they would firstly eat in a community setting, right? They would eat in a collective big setting where they can be together with other people. That makes an enormous, enormous difference to your sense of being cared for and your sense of well-being and your sense of community. They would not have to worry about organizing food or paying for food for that one meal a week. And importantly, they would be fed, which is actually quite important, compared to them not being fed. Like, I think that there is a bit of a culture of like the sesh with your comrades, which is fine. Like, it's good for people to have a rocket-propelled... It's good for people to have a rocket-propelled taco van. Rocket-propelled taco van, thank you so much for donating £3.07 with the message precisely. Thank you so much. What are we saying? There's a bit of a like people sometimes party with people that they organize with. It's cool to see more people moving from like activism as they show up to lots of marches, which is a very liberal view, to like organizing and understanding the difference between mobilizing and organizing. That's really cool to see. It's cool to see some people who are resurrecting like older views or older like writing on how successful revolutions are organized. I don't think enough people are thinking, firstly, about the conditions that we find ourselves in now, right? Which means they're doing historical materialism, they're not doing dialectical materialism. And secondly, they're not translating it into plain English. And I know I am a $15 word enjoyer. I know I am quite verbose. I tend to use language that people, might not find the most accessible, but I'm not trying to impress people with it, right? I like when my writing is pretty, but I'm not trying to sound pretentious. Basically, I think there are a lot of people who try to who sound like they've gone absolutely sicko mode on the right click thesaurus on every sentence that they write, or sometimes even say out loud. And I think that this is a big problem of people who are a bit too in the weeds with theory. But yeah, I think that when you look at successful movements of the past, one of the reasons that armies and revolutions kind of go hand in hand is that a military is a self-sustaining social organism. A minority of people who are in an army are soldiers who go on the front line and shoot people. A vast majority are people who cook and clean and do paperwork and organize where people sleep, and an overwhelming 95% of the labor done, including by people who are frontline pew pew soldiers, is the reproductive labor of keeping things clean and orderly. It's actually me when I talk to a trot girl. I'm sure some of those words describe the world. Yeah, it's just people are not trying to communicate stuff straightforwardly nearly enough. I know I can be somewhat guilty of this. I also know I'm nowhere near as bad as some people. And I think that, yeah, we need people to be having a nice time being in organizing spaces. We need shame as a driver for woke politics, for leftist politics, but I like using the term woke because it points to a very specific cultural moment and place and movement that people don't like to acknowledge that we're in, because people got a little bit too individualist brained and called it anarchist, but it wasn't really, it was just individualist. People in woke spaces love shame. And obviously cancellation and ostracism is another problem we could point out, but Zyros, thank you so much for donating £3 with the message meow 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 meow, getting in the animal noises early. Obviously, cancellation and ostracism is a problem that people have been talking about forever, but no one seems to have any kind of solution for it, except when you actually talk about how people can build communities in sustainable ways, and then the people who are the most invested in the thing just blank that out. It's like a fucking Westworld robot going, that doesn't look like anything to me. It's kind of crazy. I think that a lot of people in the organizing scene or activist or whatever, revolutionaries who are I see that chat has been set off on on an early animal noises cascade by the one. That's cute. Okay, chat, go off. It's fine. It can be animal noises time now. We'll still do it at the end. Oh my god, if we raid NASA with animal noises, I've been finding increasingly that people who are Rob Rousseau raiding with a party of 87. Hello, welcome Rob Rousseau's raiders. It's so lovely to have you all here. Welcome in, welcome to the stream. We were all just doing a bunch of animal noises because that's what we do on my chat, because we're cringe furries and there's nothing that can be done about it. We're all working very hard on a cure. I'm Sophie from Mars, if you don't know me. I am a video essayist, and I stream on Fridays doing what I call the liberal slop stream. We're just about to start looking at our first slop ed liberal piece of slop media from the New Statesman, the Labour Party's right wing's paper of record. It's a very bad place. I hope you've had a nice time watching Rob. Rob is a delightful streamer. I really love when he sings. The first time I saw him do that, I cried a little bit. He's a very sweet man. And Rob should come on Red Planet. That's an important thought. Rob, if you're watching this, please come on Red Planet. We could do a pre-recorded interview if you can't be available at live time, but it would be lovely to have you on. Welcome in, everybody. I'm gonna, actually, you know what? With all those raiders, I'm gonna do the plug really quick. We're trying to hit 307 pounds in dono goals, on the dono goal today. If everyone donated like a quid, I think it would be at this point. If everyone uses command tip, if you enjoyed the stream, even £1 at the current numbers of that raid should get us right to the goal immediately. So bear that in mind. We were just talking about the ContraPoints tweets from last week when Trump said he was gonna kill an entire civilization. And the kind of idea that liberals express quite often, that like revolutionaries need to be doing revolt, and that's the thing that's missing. Krill-tacular, thank you so much for the £25 donation with the message Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. I think there's like super often an idea that liberals express that like revolutionaries should be responding to there being a big injustice by just suddenly rushing the streets, and there'll be a big moment of revolution. And it's a bit online. I think for now, where I'm gonna park it is like it's a bit online. Because it shows very little understanding of how organizing really works. I don't know Natalie Wynn. I don't know her life. I have known people she knows, but I'm not gonna, even if I did know her life, I wouldn't be getting into like her life or whatever on the stream. And I just like, I hope she goes and joins an organization, right? I'm sure if she did, it would be something like DSA, and then she would be saying, look, they're doing nothing, no one's getting anything done, and loads of other people would say, DSA are liberals, and, you know, it would just not, you know, whatever, but, like, I think there is a very serious and detailed understanding of revolution that is missing from a lot of liberals' comments about politics when they say, the left's supposed to be doing more, and the best we can do. Hermeneutics, thank you so much for donating £1 and saying, like, I do think there are serious issues. You know, it's a little bit like when we were talking earlier about, like, child safety legislation online, and people say we should just ban all social media for minors, and what this means in practice is digital verification and like government ID shit online, and that's just obviously giving more power to the techno-fascists. That's like, it feels a lot like that to see like such a deeply misdirected critique that's ultimately just like delivering us nowhere except more into the hands of the authoritarians. Like the analogy I'm drawing here, I guess, is between like kids are becoming super fucking misogynist because of like Andrew Tate content or whatever. We should just make it so everyone has to upload a government ID when they're logging on to Twitter to post their actionable threats so they can just get arrested immediately if they say they're a leftist or whatever. Between that and, yeah, like, there's a left in the imperial core which is hobbled by a whole ton of very serious problems, and then there are liberals saying, why aren't the left just revolting and just overthrowing the government right now? Yeah. I mean, like, another reason it's very online is that, like, I'm sure that arguments stick with you that you find more aggravating, right? So if you've had an argument with someone who's, like, you know, reasonably far left, who says, like, voting is a waste of time, it'll probably stick with you. But actually, like, most people I've encountered who would express something like voting is a waste of time say people should still vote. They should still vote for the better candidate in whatever election they can. Like most people, I'm not saying everyone. And practically everyone I meet in organizing settings is someone who's invested enough in politics that they obviously do vote. They just don't make voting the only thing they do. And there's this very bizarre defensive position that people hold where they're like defending their right to only vote and do nothing else, and society should somehow just be great. Like, I mean, even to say like, it seems too obvious to say this is an analysis that's completely missing like the context of imperialism or whatever, but I think that's not really that helpful, because if we were trying to get across to liberals like what really needs to be done, I think it might be more useful to like think about attempts at shifting how we live to make it better, right? Like, I think it might be more useful to say, as I say, there is a big problem in the Anglophone left of people going to loads of marches, doing loads of organizing, getting really burned out, and then they're just like dropped out, right? Because they think they've got community, but their activism friends don't check on them if they don't show up to the meetings. They're like, wow, I really feel like people care about me and people like check in on me when I'm upset about stuff or whatever. And it's just like, right, but if you didn't go and you just stopped going, would they check in on you then? If they did check in on you and you said, yeah, I'm feeling really burned out, I don't think I can do any more free labor for this organization, would they go, oh shit, what can we do to change your situation so that you are able to be a member of this community and like so that you don't, right? Or would they just like kind of leave you behind? Would you just end up really, really like socially isolated? And therefore, is your community in this organizing space contingent upon you giving free labor continually to this organization? Right? And I'm not trying to say this to any, like, I'm not trying to say this to make anyone in chat who is currently like working really hard for an organization, and I know one of my friends is, and I'm not trying to talk specifically to you right now. I'm just I just know this is a situation that some chatters are going to be in. But like, I'm saying this to say there's a serious cultural and structural problem in the Anglophone left. Like, it's a very serious cultural and structural problem in the Anglophone left that like we are expecting, and again it comes back to shame, right? Like, the only emotional tool we've developed is to shame people. We're expecting people to do the right thing. Why? Because it's right. You have to care about the thing, you have to do the right thing, you have to act in the right ways. If someone acts in the wrong ways, they're bad, get rid of them. If anyone says, hey, hang on a second, that's a human being, they're bad, get rid of them. This is a sustainable way to have a community. And don't put time and energy into like taking care of each other, because that would be privileging the people who are already privileged, right? That would be putting your energy into people who already have enough spare time and resources to be involved in activism. Those people are doing just fine is the underpinning assumption. And it's like, what about the point at which they're not doing just fine? As I've said, the people who have resources at the point where they're no longer doing just fine, they'll just nope out. Like, if they have the means and they have the alternative available to them to just be in the fucking country club, they will. Like that. It'll be no issue to them, right? They'll say, yeah, for a few years I was involved in organizing. I was really, I felt like we were really like doing something cool. I hope that people are still trying to change the world like that. That was cool. I got a bit burned out on it. People who don't have that kind of privilege, what's going to happen to them? In a lot of cases, they become disabled. In a lot of cases, they develop chronic fatigue, right? Like they develop a serious permanent disability because of their time in activism and organizing. That is not, to put it mildly, a sustainable situation, right? We have to make organizing and activism a nice place to be. We have to make it a caring place to be. We have to make it somewhere that like holds enough space for people who fucking hate each other to be in the same room and just not speak, to be in the same organization and not see each other, to fucking be in the same movement and not be in the same organization, instead of this like core of people who are having a terrible time all the time to perpetually validate that they are good people, and radically exiling, permanently disabling, and in some cases killing. I'm sorry, it's real. People who get like ejected violently out of the space. And I'm not just referring to ostracisms here. I know there are people who kill themselves because their burnout gets so severe, right? We need for activism and organizing to be a space that takes care of the people who participate in it. Because if you want for like whichever model of like leftist organizing and like left socialist tendency that you are to be taken seriously, you need to practice the world you want to live in as you go along. And that doesn't just mean like living your principles in terms of not calling the police. Although it should. It doesn't just mean living your principles in terms of respecting people's pronouns, although it should. It doesn't just mean living your principles in terms of being a vegan, although ideally, yeah, as many meals as we possibly can in our wonderful like workers co-op canteens that we will run will be vegan, or at least have lots of vegan options. Because yeah, like in an organized, structured way where people are sharing food, it makes a much bigger difference to the overall industrial production of meat for us to be having mass meals that are vegan. But like, it means living our principles, as in, how long could someone exist with no money in your space? How long could someone exist like in your space who's quite mentally unwell? And would they get better or would they get worse? In your space, if people are eating, was the food put in the meeting by one of the same 5 people who do everything for every meeting? Who's doing the washing up? Things like this, right? It's just we are not taking care of even ourselves, and we are fighting for symbolic victories, and it's just not enough. And I feel anxious even saying not enough, because the Anglophone left's idea of what the thing is to do is already stretched like a rubber band about to snap. And it's constantly pushing for more. So when I say not enough, the instinct is to push harder. And that's not what we need, actually, right? If half the man hours right now that are spent on people going to marches or organizing whatever thing to like chant and whatever was instead spent on caring for each other, I earnestly believe Joe says, or woman hours, or them hours, or they. If half that time instead was spent on taking care of each other in like serious intentional community, it would make I think that people would stop falling out of the left so hard. I think more people would want to join that movement, and I think that movement would earnestly make a ton more change in the world towards a better world. In part because that is a group of people, that's a social organism that's capable of seceding. That's a culture of people who are capable of withdrawing their labor because they have it set up so they would know how to keep a strike going indefinitely. And that's fucking huge, right? That's absolutely the core of like collective bargaining power. Good night, noise puppy, sleep well. That's a core part of like collective bargaining power, is like we're able to take care of each other well enough that we're not giving our labor, our resources, our time, our lives to the people who are oppressing us, right? Or at least we're able to withdraw it in order to negotiate better terms in the classic union model. We seriously need for people on the left to be like taking care of each other better, and it doesn't just boil down to one thing. There are a whole host of problems. There is a very toxic blend of people who are earnestly precarious and disadvantaged and working class and fighting on the left for better political conditions because they are trying to survive. There are people who are comfortable liberals, and they are both able to just nope out at any time and have shit politics because they don't have skin in the game, right? All of this stuff. There is a complete lack of conflict resolution skills between people, and people frequently like resort to like, I don't want to have even conflict mediation. I don't even want to talk through an issue that I have with another person. I just want them to be gone. I've heard this and heard of this like so many times in organizing spaces. B-Rat says, this might sound odd, but church groups are often really well organized in terms of sustainability. I've been thinking of how to adapt some of those strategies. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Like, this is so incredibly it. Okay, this has turned into way more of an organizing chat than anything else, but we will get to these new Statesman articles in a little bit. I've been streaming for nearly 2 hours now, chat, so please remember to support the stream. If you're enjoying the stream, there's going to be an ad break coming up soon. So if you want ad-free viewing, please subscribe. You can also cheer. You can also donate. We're trying to hit 307 pounds today on the dono goal. If we do that, it'll add an extra Resident Evil 9 bonus stream to next month. We are currently under £100 away, which means that if everyone watching just gave £2, it's less than £2, but I'm not going to do the maths right now. If everyone gave £2, everybody watching right now, hello, hi, I really like your attention. I want to try something as a social experiment. No, a prank. Type in !TIP to the chat, follow the link that comes up when you do that, and then send me £2. See what happens. It could be crazy. And also, VOD watchers, if you're watching the VOD after the fact of this stream, please consider supporting me on Patreon or sending me a one-off donation in the links down below. I've already talked about earlier on this stream how my landlord is trying to raise the rent by £250 a month. I really, really need financial support at the moment. I'm in quite a precarious situation. Okay. If you want an organization to be sustainable, you have to empower and upskill people. You have to get people who are coming regularly to stuff to not just be a participant in a meeting, but people to take on roles as well. You need people to know how to keep the thing running, and you need to reduce your let's say bus factor in this case, right? You need to reduce your bus factor. So in tech, especially, is where I learned the term. But in industry, a bus factor is the number of people who would have to get hit by a bus for any team or organization to become inoperable, right? In a lot of cases, this is one. Like, just in a ton of orgs, there is one person who, if they were sick, it's just immediately done, like immediately cooked. This is not acceptable. Like, this is not a workable model at all. You need to get as many people to do stuff. Okay, so like one org that I'm in at the moment, for example, like has some amount of money, right? This is a bottleneck because like there are legal questions around someone operating the finances, right? Other people can know how to and could be ready to take over if this person were incapacitated. Princess Backnight 666, thank you so much for donating £3 with the message, seeing what might happen. Meow meow. Thank you so much. I've rambled myself into a corner here, so we're just going to keep on we're just going to keep on talking about my organizing advice and analysis of the current organizing scene in the Anglophone left until I run out of steam and we go on to the New Statesman. I think that's just what's happened. I've accidentally triggered my own special interest in organizing politics. I'm terribly sorry. You need to upskill people, so consider, like, someone could know how to do something like finance that's a bottleneck, right? But that might just remain a bottleneck, right? That means there's specialized labor going on. That means that person needs to be doing that stuff, and therefore they need to not be doing other stuff, right? When there's generic roles, like, for example, facilitating a meeting, this is something that ideally people should do as infrequently as possible. That means it rotates as much as possible, right? Like, you should have it so that people are taking over different people are taking over, facilitating, taking minutes, taking hands in the room, doing Zoom if it's a hybrid meeting, every single meeting that you have, right? And this makes people have to take ownership of what they're doing. It makes people involved in the democracy of the organization, and it makes people feel more competent, like they are able to do stuff. Princess Backknight 666 says, it's been a great rant, TBH, I'm enjoying taking notes even. You're so sweet. I think that, like, these are my takes. So just remember, these are my takes, but also, like, I just see these problems are absolutely everywhere, and I'm very frustrated people aren't talking about this enough. People should be fed at meetings. This is like a I would argue below bare minimum, but it's a bare minimum that more and more orgs are now starting to hit into, right? So they'll put a little bit of money aside to order everyone a pizza when they're at the meeting, or if the person who's in charge of food for that meeting wants to, they cook and they get reimbursed by the org, ideally. No, actually, I'm going to say that should be mandatory, right? People should, like, ideally isn't enough. People should be being reimbursed by, you know, the collective. If we're talking about, like, the richest person there, they don't need to be reimbursed, but they need to be reimbursing other people if they, you know, contributing to reimbursing other people. I think I've only been in 2 orgs ever that have used welfare officers at meetings, just like a point of contact for if someone just feels shit and is having a bad time, like someone to talk to in the meeting. People confuse this. I was discussing organizing tips with some people the other day, and they thought this was the same as, like, someone who's going to, like, mediate conflicts. This is literally just like someone's having an allergic reaction, someone's having a dizzy spell, someone hasn't eaten or hasn't slept or both, or is really triggered by the discussion going on, and they speak to this person. That's what welfare is for. People should be socializing and not just like going on the sesh, going to the club. People should be socializing in a variety of different ways, right? If you are a mid or large-sized org, you should be running, like, events that you should be running events that families can come to. You should be running sober space events. You should be running, like, a variety of different things, right? So that people, like, just have a variety of different ways to mix and mingle with the other members of your org and potentially with other orgs, right? This is another thing, like, a rep from one org and a rep from another org getting together could organize a really sick social to get the people from the 2 orgs to meet each other and hang out together. Wouldn't that be a wonderful time? All of this should be spaces where people can eat, right? As I say, we're making activism and organizing a better place to be, so the more nights a week that someone can not have to think about how they're going to eat, the better. That's a really, like, massively just baseline one. Okay. I think those are some of the things that are most glaring to me that are not happening enough right now. But when I keep saying what we need really badly is harm reduction as an organizing strategy, right? I don't just mean we need more needle exchanges, although it obviously means we need more needle exchanges. We need more safer consumption sites, we need more advice on sex and kink and drugs and relationships, and we need more spaces for queer people and sex workers and migrants and homeless people and people with mental illnesses and people who are currently very mentally ill to go to and talk to people and get advice that will help them to reduce their lives that contain a lot of risk and harm. The things in their lives that contain a lot of risk and harm, right? To reduce that harm, to improve situations for them. I obviously mean we should have those things. But I mean harm reduction as an organizing strategy, right? I mean looking at the state of the imperial core left, and especially the Anglophone left right now, and saying there are really serious harms happening to activists and organizers and the people who are in our movement, and then putting in place structures that make things better for them. One of the most durable organizations I am aware of at all is like partly a gun club and partly a like rotating potluck club, like a communal meal thing, them feeding each other, right? Because like they know what they're about. They're like training with guns, and they're also feeding each other, and that's just at core. They know the scope of the thing they're doing, but then as well as that, they are like taking care of each other's basic needs. That's incredibly durable and sustainable. And yes, like the people I know involved in it happen to be like exceptional organizers with a real natural talent for it, who have good instinct and are also blessed enough to have me as a friend. But it's sustainable because they're taking care of each other's basic needs. Okay, okay, okay. I'm going to try to wind towards the New Statesman. We are slouching towards liberal to be slopped. Chat messages. Willow Treason says, we need spaces to disappear into as well. It's the Disappearing Act. I've been saying this. Places where you can get care without having to do anything in return. The last time we were violently evicted, me and a couple of others were left unsheltered when we'd been working full-time for an org, including multiple homeowners. Yes, this is a fantastic point. This is a really fucking good point. We've been working full-time for an org including multiple homeowners. That was pretty staggering. That was a pretty staggering failure, and I'm mostly saying it because it's been wrecking my brain with trust issues lately, but I think it's indicative of what happens when we fail to think in this way. Abso-fucking-lutely. This is spot on. I have seen communities fail each other. Beanie Gaby, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. I have seen communities fail each other. I have been failed by communities. I've been part of community failures in such spectacularly catastrophic ways, where the answers were honestly so simple. The means were there. The will had been demonstrated in terms of people saying very loudly for a long time that they hold the right principles, and it didn't materialize because people are just engaging in this fundamentally individualist and unhelpful way in terms of making a difference and doing the things that we need to do. We're going to get on now. Almost. Wait, one more message. Jenny Azoth says, speaking of Disappearing Act, somebody from ICE called me today saying they were going to do something with my passport because they found records someone in Arizona had my name or something stupid. If I vanish, you know what happened. Babe, that's terrifying. I'm so sorry to hear that. Do you know of other people experiencing this kind of thing? This seems like do you think this is related to the ICE approval to go after trans people? Okay. I've now been ranting about organizing for probably more than an hour. Didn't fully know how to react. Haven't heard this happen to anyone else, but it might be a new scam. Okay, well, if there's anything I can do, I think you know how to reach me, so. I've been streaming for almost 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. We are aiming for 307. We are at 218. If everybody watching right now gave me £2 using command !tip, that's boop, ! TIP, then we would hit the donor goal right away, which I think would be pretty cool, considering how I need to pay my bills and rent and afford food. I hope people get stuff out of this talk about organizing. I'm probably going to keep on talking about it on future streams, but I will get now to the main content. So we're going to look at a few articles today from the New Statesman. This is the labor rights paper of record. They exist basically to glaze Keir Starmer. They exist to uphold Blairism as a project. They have been running since 1913, as they proudly tell us at the top of their banner. But they, yes, as I say, exist to glaze Keir Starmer and the Labour right, and to advance a deeply cynical, capitalist free market neoliberal view of the world. Whether they will remain that way completely forever, unclear, but they are a deeply wonkish publication, right? Like their name is the New Statesman. And this week, something very interesting happened. This week, the cover... Ooh, I wonder if I can actually bring it up in a separate tab. That would be good. The cover of the magazine and the cover story of it was called, here we go, The End of the American Empire. It has this cover image, right? Eagle shot with a big golden arrow. This is absolutely fucking fascinating. Like, I don't think we are that far outside of a political orthodoxy where it's like strange to acknowledge that America is an empire and is at the center of an imperialist project, where it's like radical to do that unless you are speaking towards how to uphold and improve and perpetuate the empire. And suddenly it's okay to acknowledge that the empire is dying. This is very strange. I think this is very strange. I have a pet theory that I keep on bringing up on the stream, that the imperial capital country, because we exist in a conglomerate imperialism of all the richest nations, the capital country of the imperial core is just going to shift, right? That imperialism will maintain its connections and its shapes the best it possibly can, but it will just shift slightly across. And my prediction for this is Canada. I think that Canada could well become the new imperial capital. But it could be that we in Europe, we in the UK, Canada, become straightforwardly middle powers in a world where China is the biggest economy and the largest world power. It could be that. A lot of people are talking about China as the new world superpower, taking America's top spot. I think that this is... I think for one, like, misunderstands Chinese politics and society a little bit, but also underestimates the collective power of all the richest nations in the world. I think that the legacy of white supremacy is still incredibly strong. And I think that this, as I say, conglomerate imperialism isn't going to just shyly disappear, like quietly, humbly slope away. We are seeing far-right political movements across the imperial core that are directly funded by American money. We are seeing far-right movements across the imperial core that are propped up by America, and as it's collapsing, they are weakening too. And so some of the revanchism of these rich countries and of an imperialist world structure, you know, is becoming less possible as that happens. But at the same time that I think that the people at Davos, at the World Economic Forum, at World Bank, at the IMF, they're feeling like Trump is too risky and is not giving them what they need to safely put their bets behind America anymore. Where are they going to put their bets? There was discussion of the euro as new world reserve currency a little while ago. Some people were saying that the lack of hard power in Europe makes this impossible, like that we would require a stronger military for that to make sense. I'm not really sure. I don't know. Like, if countries default on their loans to the IMF, yes, in theory, I can see why it would need to be backed up by harder power. At the same time, like, the kind of structure that's been built, the kind of the shape of things, like, And given also how much war now is fought by mercenaries, which is like actually quite a lot. Like the power of being a rich nation, I don't know. I'm not totally sure on this take. B-Rat says Germany, especially their far right, wants to be a big player again, and that worries me. Yeah, I think Germany. I think there are different countries across the imperial core, and especially in a bloc like the EU, that like have are tugging in different directions, and definitely Germany is one of the ones that like is like pushing quite hard in terms of like imperialist and white supremacist revanchism. Anyway, that's some musing. We're going to look at an article now. We're actually not going to start with the end of the American Empire. We're going to end with it. We're going to start with the Iran energy fallout is here to stay. I thought that chat would find this quite interesting, essentially because we're discussing a take that like we've had on the stream and we've been talking about for a couple of weeks, that the economic fallout from the Iran war is a lot bigger than immediately rising oil prices. And now the liberals are saying it. And I think it's a very interesting thing that happens when liberals start acknowledging material reality and having better analysis. It means that some things have become impossible to avoid, and you need to acknowledge them in order to have a take that people respect at all. So, for example, the Iran energy fallout is here to stay is necessary to say, because if you carried on pretending like there's a big switch that the Ayatollah has and he's been holding it in the evil position, and we bombed him so much that he put it back in the good position, and now the economy will be good instead of evil, then people would see the shit economy and be like, you need to keep on bombing Iran, but that wouldn't actually solve things. So let's go look at the Iran energy fallout is here to stay. Here it is. By Rory Johnston. It will take years for global markets to recover from the crisis. Dramatic picture here of the Shahran oil depot. While news of the political decisions and war developments travel around the world at the speed of a tweet, the oil markets move very slowly. For more than a month, Iran blocked the Strait of Hormuz, effectively putting a kink in the garden hose of the global fuel industry. Though the 2-week ceasefire agreed by the US and Iran on 7th of April could see an increase in traffic through the strait once again, the effects of that closure won't disappear. In Asia, price hikes and fuel rationing has already begun, and this will very soon hit the shores of Europe and beyond. Importing nations across Europe and North America have not yet felt the full impact of the closure of this vital passage, through which a fifth of the global trade in crude oil and other fossil fuels once traveled. These nations have continued to receive shipments that left the strait before 28th of February, delaying the inevitable shock. Keyword could. It's pretty good. The assumption that the current shape of world power is the only way to lead the free world is dangerous and may lead to new powers taking over in unexpected ways. We need to consider how imperial power could manifest to be ready for the new ruling nation. Yes, I agree with that. Delaying the inevitable shock. These nations will only start to feel the pain of their inevitable supply loss once the last ship from Hormuz docks on their shores with no more to follow. And that is happening now. Southern Europe will feel the effects before Northern Europe, which is why Italy has recently started to ration jet fuel. The longer traffic through the Strait of Hormuz remains stifled, the worse the crisis will get. If the war resumes, it will get much worse. This growing economic problem can be resolved with a snap of one man's finger. Israel and Iran have their own agendas, but the common refrain of this war, that it takes three to tackle. Anybody, it takes three to tackle? I search it and this article shows up. This is a common refrain in this war? Okay, sure. It takes three to taco. Trump always chickens out. Cheapens the extraordinary influence that Donald Trump has. The single person who remains most important in deciding when this war permanently ends is the US president. Still, even if the Strait opens up fully tomorrow, we're going to be feeling the cascading supply chain issues for months and possibly even years to come. By my estimate, there are roughly 13 million barrels a day of liquid fuel production shut in, meaning that upstream wells are not currently producing crude oil or natural gas liquids, such as propane, derived from the region's vast gas industry due to this disruption. It will take weeks or even months to get that production back online once it's able to do so. Oh, crikey. Rocket-propelled taco van says, I resent that. There's a dang taco in the White House. Oh. Jenny Azoth says, why doesn't he just keep the switch on good? Is he stupid? Whatever LLM they used to write this tried to do a funny play on It Takes Two to Tango. Rocket-propelled taco van says, gonna be honest, as a sentient taco creation and delivery vehicle, the use of tacos in any way related to this fascist makes me upset. I'm very sorry to hear that, rocket-propelled taco van. Okay. Oh, chat, I might go get another coffee. Yeah, I'm gonna be staying up anyway. Okay, chat, I'm gonna go get another coffee. I'm gonna put us on intermission. I'm gonna have music for a couple minutes. I'm gonna grab a hot drink. I know I'm in the middle of an article. I'm just suddenly very conscious of my need for more caffeine. Okay. What were we on before? Also, please remember, if you've been enjoying the stream, to consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. And I really appreciate when you do, because it helps me stay literally alive. Because that's the world we live in, where there is a cost of living to pay. It's very frustrating. If everybody watching right now, you know what? Actually, let me try and be. Okay, how about this? If half of the people watching right now gave £3, we would sail past the donation goal. So that's something to seriously consider about. It doesn't even require everyone. £3, it would get us there if half the people did it. I'm gonna go get this coffee, and I'm gonna also go to the bathroom, so it'll be 5 minutes, then we'll carry on with this article. I'm sorry for breaking it in the middle after waiting so long to get it started with. pause. Okay, sorry. Let's carry on with the article. Additionally, we've seen missile and drone attacks on refineries and other fuel facilities across the Gulf. The most extreme example is Israel's attack on the Iranian South Pars natural gas field, the largest in the world, on 18th of March. The Iranians then responded by attacking Qatar's Ras Laffan, the world's largest liquefied natural gas export facility. The CEO of Qatar Energy told Reuters that the attack would reduce Qatar's LNG export capacity by 17% for up to 5 years. We still don't know the full extent of the durable damage and how this will impact the industry. As bad and unsustainable as this crisis is, there's still ample room for it to get much, much worse. Yay! Prior to the ceasefire, Trump's threats grew more erratic by the hour, while Iran has made it very clear there is appetite and capacity for escalation. Whether that's attacks on Saudi Arabia's Abqaiq oil field, or activating the Houthis in the Red Sea to cause disruptions in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait off the coast of Yemen, any such escalation would make the crisis more durable and far more difficult to unwind. Whether the music was really loud, I'm very sorry about that. I will try to moderate it next time it's playing. No energy supply shock, including the most recent one in 2022 following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, have so firmly crystallized the feeling of energy insecurity across many parts of the world. Over the past decade in Europe and North America, the conversation around energy has often centered on the climate emergency and the moral imperatives to move away from fossil fuels. Checkbook issues, such as a cost of living crisis and rising inflation, have increasingly eclipsed the urgency of climate change in government's priorities. Now, this crisis is likely to further reorient the conversation towards issues of energy and economic security. Ironically, the next year or two is likely to bring an overall increase in our consumption of oil as nations both desperately try to rebuild their depleted strategic stocks and further bolster commercial stocks to better cope with more frequent supply disruptions. But longer term, the world, especially Asia, will almost certainly consume less petroleum products in 2035 than we would have predicted before this war. This is an interesting one. I'm still trying to pause this one out. Pun not intended. But I do think, there is probably going to just be an overall shift. Capital hates instability, and oil is becoming less stable, which is terrible for American imperialism, because American imperialism absolutely relies on oil as the number one commodity, I guess. In parts of Asia, that framework of energy security has already taken hold. China became the world leader in electric vehicles, not out of a sense of altruism for the rest of the planet, but out of a deeply rooted concern about their own economic and national security. This crisis will only reaffirm that view and spur new investments in renewables across the world. We don't yet know if the ceasefire will hold, when unencumbered traffic through the Strait of Hormuz will resume, or what the ultimate damage wrought by the weeks of tit-for-tat facility strikes across the Gulf will be. Most optimistically, we'll exit the Iran war with acutely depleted inventories and discombobulated supply chains, meaning higher fuel prices for longer. The worst-case scenario, however, is further escalation, leading to more significant damage to oil and gas infrastructure, prompting rampant inflation and outright physical shortages of critical fuels, chemicals, and other feedstocks for years to come. Rory Johnston is a Toronto-based oil market researcher. He is a lecturer at Toronto's Monk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy, the founder of Commodity Context. See commoditycontext.com. Oh dear. Wow. Really an S+ tier lib here. Just incredible wonk mind. It's all about the data. This guy dreams in data. Wait a second. This is a Substack. This isn't a .com. This is a Substack blog. They love doing this. Chat, what did we think about this article? What are our thoughts? Let me know in the chat, and we'll have a pause, have a think through, have a pick apart. That's what we're doing here. We're talking about the liberal slop. This one fits into a certain category of liberal slop where, as I said at the start, I think that they are making arguments and giving like takes that uh, OMG Toronto mentioned. Exactly, it's it's the shift towards Canada. Canada is the sensible, bensible country now. That all of the people who want to make smart money moves, they should be listening to Canada, right? Morgana says, just got back, so I missed it. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Well, there is a part of it I wanted to look back over anyway. So this paragraph here I thought really stood up out to me. In parts of Asia, that framework of energy security has already taken hold. China became the world leader in electric vehicles, not out of a sense of altruism for the rest of the planet, but out of a deeply rooted concern about their own economic and national security. This is like... This is quite interesting to me. Like, they didn't do this because it's the right thing to do. They did it because they were insulating themselves against this kind of shock. But, like, there are a ton of countries that thought it was the rational thing to do to double down on the petrodollar, to continually double down and, like, continually reaffirm the power of the petrodollar above every other currency and commodity in the world. And, like, China wanted to insulate itself, yes, because in real terms, in realpolitik terms or whatever, it's an enemy of the US empire, but like they're also ideologically opposed to the US empire. And like this is a sorry. Sorry, I just got caught off guard by this this new chatter. Hello, hoodie fan 39382929929. It tickled me because your name is like a name and a string of numbers, and it sounds like a string of numbers that's intentional. It just like looks like a name that's like auto generated, or the kind of, you know, account that you'll see is just registered 10 seconds ago or whatever. Anyway, hi and welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Sorry that I was so tickled by your username. Yeah, I think that like one really core ideologically uniting idea that we've encountered in the New Statesman in the past is that like, well, it's realism, and what they define as realism. Like their self-description, their self-image as a publication is one of like sensible politics, grown-up politics, making tough decisions that are based on yeah, like realpolitik in the classic Henry Kissinger fashion, of like we have to do tough things that don't align with an optimistic sense of the world, and we have to whatever. And it's just like it is always talking people around to a more right-wing point of view, and always talking people around to ultimately like a more fascistic point of view, a point of view that's more willing to brutalize people, especially people in other countries, a worldview that is, you know, like there was endless talk after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022 in the New Statesman that was examining like, will Europe need to get more securitized? Is the only sensible move now for Europe to get more securitized? And it's like, well, what if Europe was trying to improve relations with both Russia and Ukraine? What if they were helping Ukraine to defend themselves from, you know, aggression, but they were like honestly asking, what does Russia want, and not making an assumption that Russia is like an evil country run by evil people that only want to do bad stuff and conquer the entire world. Like, I don't think Putin is a good guy. I think he's a terrible fucking guy. But like, I also don't think he's like the caricature of a villain and antagonist of fiction. Like, he's not just like motivated only by doing the most evil thing. Like, I think that there is a set of facts motivating Russian politics that you can't ignore the context of like being threatened with nuclear weapons by the West, like the context of NATO existing as like the anti-Russia organization, and that's their reason to exist as a military alliance, and they're like a very powerful military alliance in the world. Princess Backnight says Kissinger mentioned everyone take a moment to smile that he's dead. It is pretty good. Hoodie fan 3938292929 says I couldn't have hoodie fan, so I had to just add numbers lol. That's completely reasonable, and in this chat you can be hoodie fan. We will respect your real desire, your your true Twitch identity as hoodie fan. We've read a lot of the New Statesman before on the stream. I think it's very reasonable to say realism, what they define as realism, a sort of anti-idealism, I guess, would be a good way to begin to define realism. Like, is a core part of, if the New Statesman has a cohesive ideology, that's like really central to it, is realism. And I think that like that's why you can expect to see stuff like what we've just read in the New Statesman, where they're giving analysis that, you know, needs saying, and like it's true stuff, it's important takes. The Iran energy fallout is here to stay, to be clear, the one we were just looking at. Like this is an important thing for people to be understanding, like the economic shocks that are going to be happening. But like, firstly, you need to call in the experts to say this kind of thing. This is the very like wonkish position kind of guy. And you know what? Technocracy is a whole other topic for a whole other stream, maybe. Have we got any more comments in chat of the... Got some comments, but I'm not entirely getting their context. Hoodie fan says thank you. Of course, Hoodie fan. You're always Hoodie fan to us. Yeah, like it's not a particularly ideologically skewed one. It's just that you're gonna sometimes have stuff like this. But I think that the idea that, where was it again? China has not just gone towards electric vehicles out of a sense of altruism. It's like, well, China has still actually like hit a bunch of climate goals and done like incredibly well at like just improving their own relationship to the environment and to the world, and they're, you know, taking on their own burden of pollution or whatever. Like it's a bit of a strange claim, and it itself is reinforcing realism. Like I know this is only a relatively minor ideological skew to this take, but it's just like looking at someone who is doing something that benefits themselves but also other people and saying, see, they're just self-interested, is to reinforce to the reader that everyone is just self-interested and that there's no such thing as doing things because they're right. Which even just like, sorry, like a sense of altruism to the rest of the planet is also just a funny thing, because it's like climate change will affect the entire planet. You can't be anywhere and not be affected by climate change. That's the kind of intensely horrifying thing about climate change, right? It can be like saving the entire planet from reaching a fucking wet bulb temperature where everyone on Earth just can't even perspire, so their bodies shut down. Like, yeah, you could call that self-interested. It ignores the entire revolution, the entire history of revolution in China. TBH says B-Rat. Yeah, I think that's another thing. Like, there's now... It's a very strange time, especially coming from the political context that we grew up in, to be seeing, like... I think... Did everyone else here see, like, Trump saying you have to respect China because because socialism doesn't work in theory, but somehow it's working for them. Trump, China, socialism doesn't work in theory. Let's see if we can find it. This was like a classic. No, when you search this, you're just gonna get a whole bunch of times when he did do the Republican Party line and talk about China, like demonize socialism. But it was very funny because it was the classic Trump radical honesty, where he just speaks his mind and is so bad at like saying what are considered completely normal things in politics that he just ends up saying something like, China's, it's got socialism and it's doing really, really well, and you got to respect that. That's pretty impressive. They've got socialism and it's working. Yeah, coming from the political context that we come from in the West, it's very strange to see a realignment where more places are starting to say the reasonable, sensible choice is to have a planned economy. Certainly, like a few years ago, when I would read stuff from the New Statesman, it would make me really hoppingly mad because they would be talking around stuff as if there was absolutely no other way than the free market. But unfortunately, that means people are going to be forming fucking paramilitary death squads imminently. So that's sad, I guess. And it's possible they're gonna I think if they, it's not just possible. Let me say this. If there is a way that they can reassess the new economic moment and go, unfortunately, the only thing to do here is protect the interests of the shareholders. Like, if they have a moment to breathe in between the economy completely shitting itself to death, they will say, unfortunately, poor people are just going to have to die. And that's just real. That's just realism. That's just me doing dark realism and being willing to accept the tough truths that other people are not willing to confront. Now we're going to go on to one from the New Statesman, which is much more sloppy. It's by a regular contributor, Will Dunn. He's the business editor of the New Statesman. I think we've read some of his stuff before, and it's a lot more ideological, so we're going to have a lot more of an interesting time pulling apart, I think, the stuff being said here and understanding what it's trying to do. Well done? No, Will Dunn, like William Dunn. Jenny Avzoth says, I'm going slop mode. Hell yeah. Okay, just before we start this one, we're coming up on 2.5 hours streaming. Please consider supporting the stream if you've been enjoying the stream, and VOD viewers as well. Please check out the links below and support me there. I am doing work right now. I've been working for 2.5 hours here after already quite an exhausting day. As I said at the start of the stream, and maybe if you missed it, my landlord is trying to put up our rent by £250 a month. I'm very fucking stressed right now. So please, if you can, and if you've been enjoying the stream, consider supporting me. Use command tip. You can subscribe or cheer, but tipping will not give any money to Bezos, and will give it straight to me. And we're trying to hit 307 as the dono goal today. That means if everybody watching tipped just £2, that would be significantly past it, actually. So please use command tip, and you can even send a very small dono, and it will still make a big difference to me. Thank you. We are going to read The Silent Coup, How AI Captured Westminster by Will Dunn. This is interesting to me off the bat, just because, like, something happening with technically little resistance doesn't make it quiet, per se, right? The silent coup here they're going to describe, I would describe a lot more as authoritarian. I would describe this as Starmer's Labour continuing on the track they've been on for a long time and acting in a unilateral fashion in line with what they view to be sensible business boy politics, the same kind of politics sold by the New Statesman. On 20th of April 2025, an official in the British government emailed their colleagues a story from that day's Financial Times. The headline read, UAE set to use AI to write laws in world first. The officials, all of whom are involved in implementing AI in the running of the British state, read that article with amusement. We were tempted to say, we got there first, one of them told me. But they felt that the UK was, quote, not fighting for the crown of the first AI-written line of legislation, end quote. So they decided not to make public a fact very few people know. Text composed by a large language model has made its way into an Act of Parliament. British laws are already being written by AI. Dude, this sucks so bad. This is a matter of sovereignty. The software products we refer to as AI are all built on advanced foundational models from the US and China. This is a technology we do not control, but which plays an increasingly active role at every level of the British power structure. It is part of every conversation, drafting emails between officials, summarising ministers' briefings, and composing speeches delivered in the House of Commons. The Bank of England is using machine learning to inform its decisions on interest rates. Okay, pause here, right? This is not the same thing as large language models. When I went to university and was studying for an electronic engineering degree, machine learning to study house prices and interest rates was one of the most basic examples that we were given in a module on machine learning and algorithms. I went to university in started going to university 12 years ago. This had already been a well-established way to apply machine learning algorithms and the mathematics of machine learning for 2 decades at least. The Bank of England is using machine learning to inform its decisions on interest rates. Is not the same thing, and is another very bizarre feature of AI being used as this term that is actually covering an enormous collection of different technologies. The BBC uses AI to redraft articles. Every student at Oxford, where 31 of our previous prime ministers were educated, is now being educated with the help of OpenAI. There is little public understanding of how quickly this technology is moving through the institutions of power, or how enthusiastically it's being pursued by a government that believes AI software could solve all its problems. So I'm sorry to pause again so soon, but again here, I think this is authoritarian. There has been quite a bit of public discussion of how, for example, Wes Streeting, my most beloathed Wes Streeting, is trying to use what we're most typically calling AI to manage NHS waiting lists and to manage systems of the NHS, and how he believes this will make things more efficient, which is patently absurd and insane, because the defunding and privatization of the NHS is the thing that's making it worse. The stripping apart of different services into many different specialized branches that have very little communication between them in order to reduce the wait times that people are technically on each service for, while leaving each patient actually waiting in reality for a very long time. And yes, obviously one of my experiences of this is with trans care, but this is actually a pattern common across a lot of the NHS. If you talk to people who need ADHD diagnoses, people who need a hip replacement surgery, basically an enormous amount of stuff that isn't very immediately life-threatening has been slowed down and bogged down in this nightmare bureaucracy as the NHS has been picked apart and privatized, and public-private partnerships have gotten in the way of its normal functioning. My point there being, there's something ideological going on where Starmer and the Labour right and Wes Streeting and this entire gang have an ideological investment in supporting the American tech industry and bolstering it by saying, look, we're running the whole UK with AI. And like, it's not, it's there as a sort of, yes, to some degree, I'm sure they're falling for the hype of Sam Altman and other con men, and they're rubes, and at the same time, they are prioritizing celebrating their allies over making decisions that would help people in material terms. And that helps them to be conned, right? Like, that's going to be a feedback loop where they're convincing themselves this must be the good decision that will help people. Yeah, there's an ideological thing going on here, right? And it has to do with imperialism, and how imperialism specifically, how it sits in a British context, which is a very specific context because, like, we used to be the largest empire in the world, and we spawned the country that is now the center of the largest empire in the world. Middle-earth Marxist says, says, it's Keir Starmer voice, so, have no fear, Palantir's got this. Yeah, we haven't even talked about Palantir yet. That's like fucking, and that's another thing that's like, as I say, very ideological and specifically very authoritarian. Like, the UK government really does believe in strict, like, control through force and coercion, right? They believe in a police state. Like, they don't, like, it's a, yeah, like, law and order is a very central part of our politics. I'm just seeing here in the sidebar, sorry to get distracted, distractions upon distractions, but can green councils avoid austerity, is the article over here? That's very striking. Like, chat, you know this thing I was just telling you about how the New Statesman's main thing is realism? And how they're doing the sensible grown-up politics? Can green councils avoid austerity? Is it possible? Is it even possible to draw up a budget that doesn't make single mothers homeless? Is it even possible? It's just like, there are real economic answers that are like, that will show you that, like, a society that, you know, gives people an irreducible minimum, like, takes care of people's basic needs, is one that is overall, like, doing better and even more economically productive according to these, like, wonks metrics. But how about because it's right, you know? Like, okay, let's carry on with the article we're actually reading. Little public understanding. They believe AI could solve all its problems. Okay. In dozens of interviews with current and former government officials, advisors, technologists, and MPs, most of whom asked not to be named in order to speak freely, I have been told about a quiet handing over of control in the frameworks of advice, intelligence, and decision-making that underlie every government decision. This is not just a simple software upgrade. LLMs, the software behind AI programs such as ChatGPT, are built to produce answers that will be accepted by users, not to calculate, but to convince. This highly persuasive software, built primarily overseas, is being handed an unknown amount of political power. In almost every interview conducted for this piece, I asked whether it was paranoid to suggest that the wholesale adoption of AI by our government, public services, and wider economy is handing power to models built in the US and China. Even the most optimistic AI advocates agreed it was a reasonable argument. At a technology conference last year, I spoke to a person who had been involved at the highest level in the government's use of AI. I asked if it worried them that foundational models could reflect the politics of people who control them, people who have very different political ideas to our elected leaders. What, like Trump and Starmer? Like, Starmer doesn't have any of his own ideas. It's kind of a core failure of the man. Beanie Gaby says, who made this budget? They forgot to add in all the killing of poor people. Exactly. There's an ad break coming up, everyone. If you want ad-free viewing, please subscribe. My concerns were not brushed off. This person told me about a power struggle between the engineers building AI models, the plutocrats who own them, and the politicians who seek to control them. Far from the noise of the public debate, a battle is being fought that could have lasting implications on our politics. Make no mistake, this person told me, this is a war. So, this is very interesting so far, because it's seeing like a pivot away from the catastrophic mistake that it was very obvious they were making in 2023. But like, how much does this have to do with American tech collapsing right now? Like, were they only so cravenly supportive of AI and American tech more generally because it was profitable? If not, like, if so, like, will there be any self-reflection here? I will be surprised. This is not a story about how AI works. It's not about whether it's going to become sentient, make us rich, or redundant. It is a story about power. It is about how politicians became distracted by a shiny new thing and failed to understand, or chose not to ask, what it might cost. It is not about whether AI will help itself to your job. It's about whether the people who make AI are helping themselves to your country. I'm not going to do it right this second, at least. But a quick search of AI on the New Statesman before, let's say, November 2025, I think we'll find like a quite strong track record, as with absolutely all the other liberal publications, of encouraging politicians to put as much faith in AI as possible. And I'm sorry, exactly as Will Dunn says here, it will be communicated in how it's really scary that it's going to become sentient, or it's going to be super profitable, so it's too hard to ignore, or it's going to put a bunch of people out of work, and all of that is part of just the overwhelming hype around the lying machine, right? They made a machine that lies to you really well and convinces you that you're right about stuff. This automatic flattery thing, and like. Yeah, it has been widely adopted, and it is causing a bunch more crises on top of the ones we were already dealing with. But it was also like always very obvious that it was part of this quite disturbing move by by Silicon Valley fascists to try and make like a version of reality mediated through the internet that is like entirely under their control. A simulated reality, right? Anyway. The government's commitment to AI was agreed long before it was announced to the public at a cabinet meeting in November 2024. Keir Starmer's ministers had spent 2 months discovering just how difficult their jobs were going to be. The ambitions of opposition were dissolving into the acid reality of spending reviews and budget cuts. Into a pensive silence, their science minister, Patrick Vallance, introduced his guest. Demis Hassabis has been talked about as a genius since he was a child. That's a person you should give no power to whatsoever. That's a bad person to to give any kind of power to immediately. This is like, that should be alarm bells. He began beating adults at chess aged 4, wrote his first AI program at 12, was offered a place at Cambridge at 16. He sold his AI company, DeepMind, to Google in 2014 for £400 million. The following month, he would accept the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. Hassabis had Hassabis had advised Number 10 before when he briefed Rishi Sunak in 2023 about whether AI posed an existential threat. But to Starmer's cabinet, he described it not as a problem for government, but a solution. Christ almighty, guys. It's just like as I've said, the New Statesman exists to bolster the Labour right, and here they're telling a story of how a very right-wing perspective, literally, like, we're talking about a guy who was brought in to advise Rishi Sunak before and is coming back around to sell them on how helpful AI is. Like, We're all looking for the guy who did this, New Statesman. We're all looking for the guy who did this. Chat, we are almost 3 hours into the stream. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. I really need your financial support. If you can possibly help me out, please consider subscribing or cheering or donating directly using Command Tip. I'm doing Command Tip there in chat. I would really appreciate your donos if you can. Support me financially and pay me for the work that I'm doing. And we're trying to hit 307 on the dono goal today. And if we do, we're going to add an extra bonus gaming stream on next month. We already have 2 on there. Okay. And as I've said before, what would we need from where we are right now? If everyone watching right now donated £1.50, I think we'd get almost exactly right on the goal right now. Here we go. Ministers listened to Hassabis describe a vision. As AI transformed the world, the state would be transformed with it. LLMs provide both economic growth and a faster, more productive government by taking on the administrative duties of civil servants. The fiscal implications sounded incredible. In 2024, the Tony Blair Institute, Jesus Christ, said AI could save the government £37 billion a year. Mr. Hassabis simply rightly identified Starmer as a rube. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it feels like it. The following year, Peter Kyle, then the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, said AI represented a £45 billion jackpot for the public sector. Clearly, £45 billion is a lot of money. It is enough to run the UK's entire public transport and justice systems. It would cut government borrowing by a third. I just gotta pause on this for a second. It's just like, I think I recently formulated this. I recently described what's going on here as like a fractally scaled Theranos, right? It's like Sam Altman is the new Elizabeth Holmes, but being a man who's selling a computer product, he's simply, rather than just getting like billions of dollars of investment, he is like enmeshed in the governments of half the like the richer half of the planet over the course of just a few years with a completely fucking bullshit product. Like, it can't be overstated, to be honest. Like, when it's sold as a productivity tool, it literally like makes people less productive. People are estimating that they are spending less time doing tasks and actually spending more time doing tasks when they use AI. It is making people dumber. I don't want to be like so crass with this take, but like it is. I was reading about a term that's terrifying. The term was I was reading an article that used a term I found terrifying. It was cognitive surrender. Just people just being like, yeah, well, I'm just gonna completely stop engaging with the task I'm applying the AI to. Like, the AI is handling it for me. It sucks. It really sucks. Maybe this is the New Statesman doing the reporting that they're sort of forced to do on this. I think I am deliberately burying the lead slightly because I know there's something that we're going to get to just after this that puts an interesting spin on what we're reading. Actually, should we look at it now? Okay, you know what? The article that we were reading in the New Statesman is from the 9th of April. It's from yesterday. And so is this news. So op-eds take a minute to write, right? It's more of a writerly process. It's not like, journalism, the same thing where you want to like just get the facts reported to people as promptly as possible. Pantonshire, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, for donating £25. No message. That's huge. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. We're now significantly closer to the goal. Wow, okay. Now it's like... Holy shit! I was pausing to try and figure out. Fucking thank you, Morrigan the Fae. Thank you so much for another £25 donation with the message: "More blood to the murder computer." Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so shocked with this. I genuinely like. I'm really touched. Thank you so much. I'm really. I'm quite stressed out at the moment with the stuff that's going on, and it really means a lot to me that people are like here for me in a time when I'm like here for me in my time of need. Thank you so much. We have now, according to Jenny Azoth, thank you for even doing the maths for me. I can just cognitively surrender and chat can be my AI bot. Jenny Azoth, thank you for it's now 0.71 pounds per person to hit the goal. Thank you so much to Morgan the Fae and Pantonshire. If everyone now watching use the tip link and donated only 71 pence, we would get to the dono goal. But yeah, remember that even small donations make a big difference. Okay. Okay, I was going to show a piece of news because it has quite a significant effect on the thing we're discussing. It's a bit of a strange thing for me to do this when I'm talking about news that did come out yesterday, so probably some of you will have seen this anyway, but OpenAI shelves Stargate UK in blow to Britain's AI ambitions. Wah, wah, wah. This is a £31 billion data center plan, and they're just having to shut it down because energy costs are rising, and it didn't turn out to be as easy as they thought it was going to be, and they're going to have to like abide by even the slightest bit of regulations. And Middle Earth Marxist says, "Close the iris." This is very good to me. I've been watching loads of Stargate recently. It's been my show on while I'm falling asleep kind of thing. And so like all of the shit that's called Stargate at the moment with the data centers is so funny to me. Like Iran hit the Emirati Stargate. I was like, oh fuck. What if they hit Daniel Jackson? This is now definitely a tangent away from stuff for a second, but like I just keep on thinking about, because like Stargate is so deeply about, if you go watch the show again, like it's so deeply about the American military, and like in a typical episode of Star Trek the Next Generation, there'll be like a moral quandary and like a Shakespearean almost speech debating the ethics of the situation from Picard, and there'll be a romantic subplot and a mystery or an intrigue, and like something posed to the viewer for them to pause whether like how should you interact with a culture who has like different norms than you, but it's because the context of their existence is very different, and it's posing this like anthropological but also philosophical question. And in an average episode of Stargate, like they are they've had intel that one of the system lords is going to gain like more power, and if there's one centralized enemy, that would be really bad for Earth, by which we mean the American military. And so they need to work to destabilize this regional power from the inside so that it will be easier for for the American military to have a foothold, right? And like it's just like the two things are, firstly, they call with the president all the time, so I obviously can't stop thinking about what if it was Trump, right? Just like these Jaffa, they're very good. They're very reliable soldiers, these Jaffa warriors. All of them have little logos on their foreheads, very stylish gold. We like the gold, we like seeing it. It's very, it's good. They look good. But what if they had a T? What if they had a big golden T? That's the one, right? I just keep thinking about it. Um, we have the best Stargate. It works better than anybody else. We've been talking to the Asgard, very intelligent people, very smart people. Not so much the physical, not so much with the body, but with the big brains. Very clever. That's the one thing I kept thinking about. The other thing I keep on thinking about, and it more or less is in exactly the same context, because it's also about it being about the American military, is the phrase gate superiority. Like, if you think about Stargate for about 2 seconds, you realize that like there would be very serious discussions among the members of the American government, the parts the departments of the American government and the apparatchiks of those departments who know about the Stargate program. They would be talking about gate superiority, right? Like, they control one gate, but that's not a good, valid military strategy for them to have when there's a network of gates, right? There's only one gate that if people walk through it, they'll have a bunch of American soldiers pointing guns at them, right? They would want to increase that in every opportunity they possibly could. They would be absolutely like selling projectile weapons to a bunch of the like human settled worlds that they come to where there isn't a Goa'uld presence. They would absolutely be like, I mean, they do form an alliance with the Tok'ra, but like they would want to be like like permanently stationing an American military outpost on the Tok'ra world immediately. Like, they would be thinking about gate superiority, and you just have to. I spoke with this very smart man. He's called Daniel Jackson. Dr. Jackson. He knows all about ancient Egypt. He told me pharaohs, he told me sphinx, he told me hieroglyphs. He knows all about it, and aliens built them. Aliens built them all. And actually, they say having a worm inside of your brain is not so bad. I've spoken to my health secretary. He says it's not so bad. It can be a good thing having a little worm sometimes in your brain. Gold. I like the gold. We like gold. We like gold. Sounds like gold. Now, those were some stylish aliens. You talk to the Asgard. They're very clever, the Asgard, but they're not looking so good. Not looking so good. Okay, I gotta stop this. OpenAI shelves Stargate UK in blow to Britain's AI ambitions. This is the news that I wanted to share with you. I'm so sorry that I went on that tangent. That was so deeply wretched. And especially after 2 people just made massive donos. And I was feeling really sweet about it. And now I'm just like... just dreadful. I need to point out that this article was written by Aisha Down and Alexandra Topping. What a pair. Okay. This has a big effect on the article that we were reading, right? AI captured Westminster. All of this reads, I think, differently, bearing in mind that, like, the AI tools that are being provided to Westminster are being run through Stargate UK, and therefore will not be able to be run if the AI industry is collapsing and the capacity they had projected to have is disappearing, and that's going to make a whole bunch of companies, possibly even OpenAI itself, fold, right? I've said before on Red Planet, I think that if AI significantly shrinks in presence in the world, and I think that it's about to, there's going to be a whole bunch of people who are acutely and very uncomfortably aware that someone was trying to pull the wool over their eyes. That, like, AI had kind of taken over their lives, and it disappearing, while difficult for them, will show that, like, will show them that there was something quite sinister going on, I think. Beanie Gaby says, no, I love a sci-fi tangent. I'm really glad. I'm genuinely really glad. If anybody else particularly enjoyed the sci-fi tangent, you can express it through a tip. Okay. We're on the silent coup. We should go back down to here. I think, yeah, as I say, like, all of this reads a bit differently, knowing that the like economically the con is collapsing. And this again, I think it feeds back into my take about it being like a large scale Theranos kind of situation. I think that's one thing, because people only started reporting anything negative about that, like when it was economically. Lokan says we so need to do more anime and other sci-fi watch parties on Discord. If anyone else feels like organizing watch parties in the Patreon Discord, I'm so down for them to happen. I will maybe come screen something myself when I've got the time myself. But like I really would encourage people to like do your own thing in the Discord and hang out with each other. I I will not always be available. I'm quite a busy lady. To Distraction, thank you so much for the £10 donation. I really appreciate that. We are now only £30 from the dono goal. We're really steaming towards it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I've been quite stressed, and I feel like I can feel myself getting a bit less stressed. I really appreciate everyone who supports me in this way. Okay. So this is interesting in the context. I mean, obviously the context of everything that came before, because you didn't just fall out of a coconut tree, right? As my political inspiration and leader and mother, Kamala Harris, said. It's interesting in the general context of AI, but it's very interesting in the context that, like, the same day, actually, like, AI in the UK is folding. Starmer had already been speaking with Mr. Hassabis in private, as well as with the British entrepreneur Matt Clifford, who also advised Sunak on AI. And Tony Blair, whose institute is funded primarily by the foundation of US tech entrepreneur Larry Ellison. The Tony Blair Institute is funded by Larry Ellison? I might need to sit with that one for a little bit. Midlife Marxist saying, folks, we can't allow the Tok'ra to control the entire Stargate network. Open the gate, you crazy motherfuckers. It's good. It's very good. Thank you. That's very, very good. Iran has closed the iris. Willow Treason says, who's that? Not the writer. You're thinking of Harlan Ellison, I guess? I don't really know. Larry Ellison is the founder of Oracle. And the short way to say it would be he's one of the Silicon Valley fascists and kind of like exactly the guy you're expecting from between the invested in Theranos, the involved in MAGA, the fucking connections to Jeffrey Epstein. It's like paint by numbers exactly a Silicon Valley boy. B-Rat says he's one of the more quiet fascists, more quiet tech fascists. Yeah. It's like he is not like Elon Musk doing a bunch of like big publicity stuff, being super in the public eye. He's a relatively private guy, but he's like very, yeah. Whenever there's like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, sinister bullshit going on, Larry Ellison is not super far away. In the cabinet meeting, Starmer told his ministers that he believed they should be optimistic about AI's potential. Okay, look, I really seriously think Starmer is a haunted puppet. And I know this contradicts my previous theory that they took some of Margaret Thatcher's essence. They made like a super soldier serum style thing from like Captain America, but for the perfect neoliberal wonk. And they injected a test subject and they made Tony Blair. And then they did it a second time to make Keir Starmer. And then they used the like disgusting greasy runoff to make Wes Streeting, and that's why he's like that. I know this runs slightly counter, but it does seem like Starmer's spinelessness and like submissiveness is like absolutely. I mean, like there's something that goes beyond the usual like kind of yes manness that you see in some people. I think that fucking Morgan McSweeney was just was just saying stuff like, we have to reach out for the right wing vote, and then Starmer across the room would just go, we have to reach out to the right wing vote. We have to crack down on immigration, and he would go, we have to crack down on immigration. And then when Morgan McSweeney was finally ousted, it's just that anyone can come in and just say, just go like, Wes, I view you as a son, and I really respect your politics, or whatever. Like, whatever shit they want him to say, and he just will. And, like, this, the AI thing here, like, Starmer saying they should be really optimistic about AI, seems like an absolutely perfect case of that, where it's literally just, like, some guys came in and went, yeah, we're really smart, and we've got this really smart thing, and it's really good, and it's going to transform everything. And he just didn't think critically about it for, like, more than I mean, anytime at all. Like, it's actually just a very obviously flawed and even shady thing being sold by people who have who are smart in one specific way and think that means that they're smarter than everyone in every way, right? And it's very observably that to a whole ton of people. Even some people who are into AI, and I don't just mean that those people are then very cynical and they're aware of the problem but they're furthering it. I mean that some people who are into AI and think AI is a useful tool, and if you run local AI, that's it's not the same as the environmental burden of using a data center, and you can do interesting stuff with it. There are some people have been saying since the beginning of all this, AI is a cool thing, and it's being massively oversold in very sinister ways by a coalition of people who are smart in this one techie way and think that just means they're better than everybody else. People who are very sinister and actually have an agenda in doing this stuff, and absolute rubes. B-Rat says, good thing AI doesn't have a history of being oversold every few decades. Say more? Wow, that sounds too good to be true. Which means it's definitely real and viable, and need no further inspection. Oh, crikey. Okay, let's carry on. If you're enjoying the stream, please pay for the stream. Let's go. Optimistic about AI's potential. Simon Case, who is then the cabinet secretary, remembers the shift that took place in the room. They'd all been in for a couple of months and realized quite how difficult being a minister of the crown is. So it was real enthusiasm, he told me. It was those presentations that made them think, actually, this is the thing that could deliver. This is the way out of this problem. The meeting did not discuss the details of what these savings implied, but Clifford had already stated months earlier that there were no holes in government that could be conveniently plugged by AI. The only way to find out if these savings existed would be by ripping up and rebuilding parts of the state to accommodate it in a hard and painful manner. You're telling me that the technology that has just economically collapsed in the UK because of the Iran war, the state is reliant on it without any kind of redundancy or backup? Oh, crikey. In her May's lecture in this March, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, outlined the three big choices that defined her plan for economic growth. The first two were obvious: a better trading relationship with the EU and a more balanced economy. The third was experimental. The UK should adopt AI, which she called the defining technology of our era. Western century of humiliation. Western century of humiliation. Sorry, it's just like, yes, actually. It is the defining technology of our era, in that it's a massive fucking scam invented by money perverts to make it so that everyone has to do what they say. And it doesn't actually benefit anyone, and is like, it just is actually the defining technology of our era, and they were exactly right about that. Okay. Chat, I'm not going to get to the end of this article because I do want to have a look at the end of the American Empire article, and we only have 45 minutes until the NASA stream of the return mission, the return part of the Artemis 2 mission. And I would really like for us to raid into that, and then I'm going to log off and go watch that myself, before my night with the Stargate, of course. We only have 45 minutes. I'm going to move on to a different article now. I'd like to quickly stop in before we go to the end of the American Empire on this will green councils have to do austerity thing, because that's pretty wacky to me. But as I say, 45 minutes left. Please, if you haven't yet, support the stream. Please subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. It would be great to hit 307 today and unlock another bonus stream. We already have 2 locked in for next month, though, and we have 2 to do this month, including tomorrow. So remember that I will be streaming Resident Evil 9 tomorrow, and I've played it through a bunch of times. It's not going to be me discovering the game. I've modded it a little bit, so we'll see what that play experience is like. It's just very slight changes, and yeah, I think there'll definitely be some Resident Evil chat, but we'll definitely also just hang out and talk about whatever you want. Middle Earth Marxist says, it's the perfect metaphor, a lie about the sci-fi dream that never existed. Yeah, it's the defining technology of our era, absolutely. It's actually a really horrifyingly apt thing to say. Okay. Quick peek into this one. Here we go. Can green councils avoid austerity? Campaigners are concerned the party will have to make cuts after the May elections. The Green Party won its first majority-controlled council, Mid-Suffolk District Council, in May 2023. In 4 weeks' time, if the polls are to be believed, the party could replicate that unprecedented victory on a much wider scale, winning councils across London and beyond. But Green Party officials are looking towards these potential gains with trepidation. Local government is struggling under the weight of rising demand for social care, housing, and other statutory services, amid a landscape shaped by decades of underfunding. Local authority spending power fell by around a quarter in real terms between 2011 and 2020, and dozens of councils across England are currently reliant on exceptional financial support from the government, described by one North London council official as akin to a payday loan. Though the Greens have been active in local government for decades, notably since Caroline Lucas was first elected to Oxfordshire County Council in 1993, as an anti-austerity party they now face a dilemma. The prospect of winning control of a large number of new authorities and subsequently having to make significant cuts is unappealing, particularly amid such an extraordinary surge in support. Presiding over austerity in local government is unlikely to appeal to the party's left-wing base, and even less to those who have turned to the Greens during the cost of living crisis. To prepare for this, members of the Greens Organise, the campaign group that helped elect Zach Polanski and whose goal is to prevent the Green Party shifting to the centre, are beginning to formulate a plan. While not part of the central Green Party, Greens Organise is an influential grouping within the membership and remains close to Polanski. The new Statesman can exclusively reveal that around 200 Green councillors and candidates have signed a pledge promising to oppose austerity in local government. Signatories include London Assembly member Zoe Garbett, the party's candidate for Hackney Mayor, as well as Jamie Driscoll, the former Labour Mayor of the North of Tyne Combined Authority, who joined the Greens last year. The pledge includes a commitment to convene an emergency summit on the crisis in local government funding later this year, led by Green councillors and MPs alongside trade unions and representatives of other parties. Opposing austerity in local government is a tricky ask. Councils are legally required to set a balanced budget. But with expenses soaring from the cost of the UK's rapidly ageing population to the increased cost of temporary accommodation, doing so without cutting non-statutory services such as reducing investment in active transport or closing the local library proves particularly difficult. This programme, however, is intended to extend beyond a pre-election pledge. Pledge. Its organisers hope it will repoliticise the issue of cuts to council funding. In Haringey, a North London Green target seat, the local party, supported by Greens Organise, recently held an event for prospective councillors with Keir Milburn, co-director of the Abundance think tank. Oh dear. That's a bit scary, isn't it? Is that tied to... That can't be. Abundance Institute? Oh, Keir Milburn has written for Novara Media? This must not be the same. This must not be tied to Ezra Klein's book, Abundance. Deep breath before the plunge. Oh god, I'm never going to live this down. Guys, why does your website look like shit? Okay, I'm gonna put a pin in that. Assume it's nothing to do with it, and I'm gonna check it out later, some other time. Milburn, alongside his co-directors Bertie Russell and Kai Heron, also produced a briefing for Haringey Greens on popular asset commissions, a proposed administrative body to oversee community-led development, which is intended to inform the group's 2026 manifesto. According to a source within Greens Organise, exploring innovative ways for councils to improve local areas within constrained finances is only one part of the challenge. The other is changing the political narrative. The pledge, alongside the proposed emergency summit, is intended to launch a national campaign led by the Greens to reshape how central government approaches local government funding. The summit is just the beginning. Future actions could include coordinating forms of direct action across Green-led councils, such as walkouts or even collective attempts to set illegal budgets. That's astonishing. That would mean the Greens are effectively acting as like a vanguard party. That would mean that like the Greens are acting as a like they are taking like political like protest action through the electoral model while at the same time acting as a hub for organizing. Like that's a very like not only are their policies quite left-wing, but that's a very like bold strategy for a left-wing party to be using in the context of the UK in 2026. It's very surprising, and like I could see it working quite well. For now, the campaign has an explicitly electoral aim. As May approaches, prospective Green councillors will inevitably be asked with increasing frequency, what are you going to do about cuts? Members of Greens Organise hope this pledge will give them a clear answer on the doorstep. If and when these candidates are elected, then the real work will begin. So that's the article. It's, again, the core take of the New Statesman is realism, right? So I think it's a very classically New Statesman-ish article to write. Like, can the Greens avoid doing cuts? We all know that like there just isn't enough money in Britain, and you always have to be stripping funding away from public services all the time. But they're always funding the police more. Isn't that strange, right? It's just like the nature of realism. Like realism makes an appeal to a sort of authority, a sort of like level-headed and cynical authority that's got this like rationalist yet brutish temperament, I guess I would say. And yet the decisions that keep on being made are justified on the same logic every time, and it's not a logic that is deeply rooted just in being a realist, just in being like Morgana says, feels like a bit of old-fashioned vintage slop. It does. It like from before liberal slop. That's a very good point. We are, of course, now in the post-liberal era, and now we're in plibberal slop. But this is some classic liberal slop. Are these lefties cut out for making the tough decisions in local government? I think it's just like I say. Some things do get funded more. And, like, given that, for one, right, MPs, like, it's been a well-known thing for ages, like, MPs are paid pretty well, and they get a bunch of bonuses and privileges. That's something that there somehow continues to be the money for. But also, like, investing in the weapons industry. That's something that the UK government just keeps on fucking doing. Like, that, whatever. That one's difficult because going from a purely economic standpoint without bringing, I know this is insane to say, but like without bringing morals into it, like, if it's a profitable industry, it makes sense that the state would do that. But it's just like, when it comes to funding police, that is an ideological decision in terms of how the country is run and in terms of how, like, you expect to make real grown-up, tough adult decisions, right? We have to cut services to we have to cut funding to, like, social services. We have to cut funding to social workers. We have to cut the funding to community centres that keeps third spaces available for people to go to. We have to fund the police more. And it's just like, funding the police isn't a solution at all, right? So, like, it isn't a solution at all to social ills. It is just grabbing people and throwing them in a box, right? It's just continually brutalizing the working class. Crime, as we've discussed, is a ledger of the wrongdoings between the working class, upheld to propagandize everyone, to instruct everyone that they couldn't govern themselves without a ruling class oppressing them. And this is like, this is the role of the police, is to tell us that we are savages, to tell us that better people govern us who couldn't possibly be as lowly as us, right? And this is the nature of scandal. This is the nature of, like, people acting in what are seen as lowly ways in public office or in the public eye. Like, this unbalances people's faith in their, like, noble leaders. But it's just like, we could have leaders who are human beings if we also were treated like human beings. If the thing that was felt to be, like, the most important to fund regarding, say, like, okay, here's a good real example from green policy, right? If Greens are going to legalize weed, if Greens are going to effectively end, like, criminalization of drug possession, and, like, if they did get into central government and they were like, we're going to just make it so that, like, we're just not policing drug possession at the very least. We're going to try and instead regulate the supply and make people, like, take care of people the best we can, give them the necessary tools to survive. That would free up a ton of police time and therefore budget, and therefore you could fund the police less and fund things like safer supply, safe injection sites, safe consumption sites more easily, right? And those would be more effective uses of that money than police time going into stigmatizing and patrolling and surveying people and arresting them and ruining their lives, right? Whereas instead, people could be given a supportive environment that will make it so that they don't, in the meantime, don't die, and maybe in the long term, get off the drugs that they are on that they want to be off. Gangweed moment. Thanks, Morgana. Like I say, it's just that like the the logic that explains the stuff, like, none of what I've just said there about like drug policy is less realist. I would argue it's a lot more realistic in terms of like if you were setting out to solve the issues of overdose, right? The issues of people having a shit time because their lives are being consumed by. Sorry, I'm getting transfixed by my own body. I should get back onto the next article because we've got half an hour left now. Okay. I would argue that eco-socialist politics are simply more realistic than what is touted as realist, right? Okay. Chat, we've got half an hour left. I would really love to hit 307. We are only £30 away now. If half the people watching, literally not even everybody, just half, gave £1 with the tip, with the command tip, !TIP, then we would be almost at the goal immediately. So we've only got £30 to go. We're almost there. There's command TIP. If you do it, we'll have more time with beautiful Leon S. Kennedy. Or if I get through the game promptly, we'll be on to something else by next month. But we'll have more gaming time if we hit the donor goal. And also, I will be less likely to lose the home that I've lived in longer than any other home. Okay, the end of the American Empire. Let's fucking go! Okay, this was again the cover art issue of the magazine for this week, right? Is The End of the American Empire by John Gray with To Distraction. Thank you so much for donating £10. I really appreciate that. The fucking eagle, it's got shot. It's fucked up. Donald Trump's war in Iran presages the destruction of US authority, not its renewal. It's just like Mule's been quoting the yesterday's tomorrow's news today thing at me loads recently. He said that Rawi's stream always talks about being tomorrow's news yesterday. It's just like when liberals do come around to having the correct analysis, it's like 2023's analysis in 2026. It's absolutely just rancid. This is chopped behavior. Okay. Speaking to Middle Earth Marxist, thank you so much for donating £1 and sending the message Cree chat. I don't understand, but I appreciate the £1. Speaking to Republican lawmakers at his Trump National Doral Miami Golf Club, okay, on 9th of March, the 10th day of the war, Donald Trump described American military intervention in Iran as, quote, a little excursion. Valerie Valkyrie, thank you so much for donating £3. A little excursion. Questioned at a news conference at the resort later that day on whether it was an excursion or a war, he replied that it was both, an excursion that will keep us out of a war. He went on to declare the operation was very far ahead of schedule and will be over very soon. Oh, Christ. It's just like, remember the dizzy heights of a month ago? Trump's excursion has proved to be a march to disaster. His, quote, major combat operation has shifted from aiming to block Iran achieving a nuclear capability that was supposedly obliterated last June to unblocking the Strait of Hormuz and restoring the situation that existed before the operation began. Whatever the objective may be, the pre-war status quo is irretrievable. Reopening the strait to Western shipping by military force would likely incur high American casualties and mean the strait would revert to Iranian control as soon as American forces departed. Ahead of schedule and about to be over for a whole month. That was one of the worst, honestly, that was one of the worst Trump gaslighting things we've lived through, I think. Just like them very obviously doing like spectacular shock and awe bombing on day one that kills like 50 of the top leadership, including the Ayatollah, right? And then like, and then claiming that they had planned to do a 6-week operation and that actually they were doing really, really well and were ahead of schedule when everyone could see that they thought they were going to do another Venezuela and it was going to be like a one-day thing where they would immediately have the country like on its knees begging for favorable surrender conditions. I just like it's very 10 years ago to be like, oh, Orange Man is lying to me, but at the same time, like, Orange Man is lying to me, and it's just like really aggravating because we can all see that's bullshit, and I just really wish that like journalists in the press gang would say, hey man, that's fucking bullshit. We can all see that's bullshit. I wish that a single fucking Republican even had enough of a soul to think about all the children they are probably going to feed into the meat grinder when they inevitably do attempt some kind of like troops actually, physically in Iran shit that, as this article's already said, is going to get them absolutely massacred, and goes like, hey, no, no, you're not doing well at this. And I know they'd just get fired, but I just wish they would. Artist Synth, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you have a wonderful night and sleep super tight, I guess. Sorry. Good night and sleep well. Okay. Trump cannot declare victory and walk away without surrendering the vital shipping conduit to Iran. Even if a ceasefire plan that reopened the strait of the kind that reportedly emerged from Pakistan on 6th of April was agreed and implemented, Tehran would have had, and still has, the upper hand. With its proven capacity to wreak havoc on the world economy, a bombed-out military theocratic dictatorship has become the final unraveling of US imperial power. The Iranian Parliament's National Security Committee has approved proposals to toll ships transiting the strait, offering safe passage to vessels from friendly and non-aligned countries. In a mocking post on X, the head of Parliament's National Security Commission, Ebrahim Azizi, stated, Trump has finally achieved his dream of regime change, but in the region's maritime regime. The Strait of Hormuz will certainly reopen, but not for you. It will be open for those who comply with the new laws of Iran. The 47 years of hospitality are over forever. Guys, guys, is that good? Guys, is it good when the Iranians say that? Does anyone know about this? Is it good when Iran acts like this? Princess Back Knight 666 says, it's so crazy how the stock market has to react to whatever Trump says is happening and not like reality in a way that incentivizes maximum gaslighting. Yeah, that's one of the wilder ones as well. It's just like there's a very certain specific level of dumb stock bro mind that you can observe where Trump like twice or three times in a row goes, it's all fine, we've fixed it, we've got the best deals, and the stock market bounces in a positive direction. The price of oil drops and the share prices of things increase. And then Iran goes, we're not making deals, we hate you, fuck you forever, and the prices go back down again. And it's like, who was convinced? Like, please own up. Like, who was convinced? We promise we're not mad. Let's just talk. Like, because I don't really think anyone was actually convinced. I think he was just saying that, and that sort of gave them the plausible deniability to act like it was true. And that's really bizarre and fascinating to watch in terms of like the stock market and human psychology, because I don't think that people are there like they're acting like they believe the lie he's told. But I don't think they believe the lie he's told. I think they just know they've been given permission to act like it's true for a short amount of time until Iran proves it false, Okay, let's carry on. Also, we're going to wrap up very soon because I want to go see the Artemis return thing at the end of this article. I'm not going to skip out again on halfway through it. I am going to get to the end of this one. But this is the last one. So please, if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream by subscribing or cheering or donating directly using Command Tip. And also, obviously, I ask at the end of stuff, but you can let me know throughout the article any thoughts you're having on what we're discussing. The 47 years of hospitality are over forever. That's the coolest thing I've ever read. We're in for a really like economically excellent time. Um, it's gonna be like shit's gonna be so cool. Some kind of zone of coolness, perhaps. The Iranian state, monetizing what was for nearly half a century an open international waterway, now owns a crucial link in the global supply chain. Iran has shown itself well prepared for the conflict into which Trump has blundered. On 18th of March, an unprecedented missile strike and drone attack on Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial city, the world's largest liquefied natural gas production hub, inflicted damage the Qataris estimate will take 3 to 5 years to repair. Iran's ability to hit high-value American assets was confirmed by the 27th of March attack on the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, in which a critical eye-in-the-sky airborne warning and control system was effectively destroyed. An unsuccessful attack on the UK-US base at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, around 2,400 miles from Iran's coastline, revealed unexpected ballistic missile capabilities. I'm not sure if that was real. The downing of an American fighter jet on 3rd of April punctured Trump's boast that Iran's air defenses have been 100% annihilated. The ejected crew member, rescued in a dramatic extraction operation after a heavy firefight, brings home the perils of war. Can I just highlight this for a second? That rescue mission, and I'm not sure I believe it was a rescue mission at all, was like they lost was one of the costliest rescue missions. Just like the equipment that they lost, like it was one of the most expensive just military operations. Like what did they lose? Like an A-10, an F-15E, 2 Little Bird helicopters, and like another plane as well. And this is like it's just so dire. I think a lot of this is, by the way, buying into American propaganda about the war, which they know they can comfortably do because like no one will remember these details of them having said this stuff. And a partridge in a pear tree, extremely true. Middle-earth Marxist says, remember a key factor in the entire house of cards is the insurance industry's relation to shipping and how much they love their market stability. Yeah, absolutely. That's very true. Are you saying that has a kind of reflexive relationship to the stock market prices? I guess if Trump is making assurances that he can improve things, that they can reopen the strait or whatever, I can see like the insurance people responding to that. But I just like it still feels like they would surely have to believe it, like in order to to make business moves on it. B-Rat says, but military dudes would have me believe the A-10 Warthog is invulnerable. Yes, they would. They would have everyone believe that. That's because people who worship technology want other people to worship it as well and see it as a completely insurmountable delta that places people with the technology immutably above people without it. And it ain't like that, actually. That's not actually how it is. Perils of war, right. The hazards of Operation Epstein Fury were not unforeseen. Sober military professionals in the US, UK, and other countries have war-gamed conflict with Iran dozens of times over many years. Trump was warned and chose not to listen. Dude, it's so fucking bad. Like, it's genuinely so shockingly dire. I just like, everyone has known for an incredibly long time that Iran is a thing American politicians, that Republicans can talk shit about and be like, we're gonna bomb Iran, right? But it's just a terrible idea. Like, it's just an incredibly, incredibly bad idea. And this was like, I don't know, I try, like, it's an ongoing effort. Like, I'm trying to get people to, like, not just view everything done in MAGA and done by Trump and whatever as just like, well, he's just dumb. Because it's kind of an easy answer for people a lot of the time. And I think there is more stuff going on. At the same time, there's shit like this where it's just like, well, a big part of my explanation here is that he's just dumb. Like, it does kind of feel like there was a long lineage of American presidents who were all kind of talking like they were going to go to war with Iran, but they all knew they couldn't really go to war with Iran. And then the guy came in who was getting high on his own supply, and he was like, "Yeah, we can go to war with Iran," because he was just the one who was dumb enough. Okay. Sorry, everyone. I'll make this my last reminder before we get to the. How much more left? Yes, okay. I'm going to make this my last reminder before we press on and get through the rest of the article. I am doing work right now. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 45 minutes. It is really nice when I get paid for doing my job. Vodrella says I did some donos via the throne. Thank you, Vod. I will check that out later on. We are trying to hit 307 today. That is now only £15 away. So, if everyone watching, actually, you know what, I'm going to say it like this. If people watching who have not donated so far each gave £1, I'm quite sure there are over 15 people who have not donated so far, and we could hit the goal right away. So, please consider that. Please support the stream. If you're enjoying the stream, I've just gotten a new Patreon supporter whose name is just a string of M's, like their name is just which is no, I'm getting texts from pretty girls. Shit, I can't focus. Okay. Okay, here we are. Let's lock in, chat. Please support the stream if you're enjoying the stream. We're so close to the goal. By March 30th, he was using Truth Social to threaten that unless a deal is shortly reached and the Hormuz Strait is immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Karg Island, and possibly all desalination plants, which we have purposely not yet touched. A day later, the Wall Street Journal was reporting that he told aides he was considering ending the war even if it meant leaving the strait closed. Hormuz is the channel through which around a fifth of the world's oil is shipped. Ships do not need to be sunk for the conduit to be unsafe. Here we go. So it's all the insurance stuff. In a dual blockade, with the Houthis closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula, around a quarter of the global oil would be choked off. There would be acute shortages to vital ingredients in food supplies, semiconductors, and plastics. Economic growth would stall or reverse, and worldwide stagflation would be unavoidable. This is this is your brain on lanyards. Just call it an economic collapse, you know? The fiasco that is unfolding is not the result of strategic error. In her magisterial study, The March of Folly from Troy to Vietnam, the American historian Barbara Tuchman described how governments persistently pursue policies contrary to their own interests, even though better alternatives are available and known to them. Choosing spectacle over prudence, the Trojans brought the Greek wooden horse inside their walls. Overconfidence and extravagant spending by Renaissance popes fueled the Protestant Reformation. The stubborn pride of George III's government provoked rebellion and the loss of Britain's American colonies. A refusal to admit the war was unwinnable produced humiliating defeat in Vietnam. Hubris, self-deception, and corruption led inexorably to ruin. I think, pardon me, I told you to Cree? What are you talking about? I don't understand this Cree thing. I do think that, yeah, this is like, this is a function of imperialism. Like, there being this, like, esoteric web of people in between the emperor and the material realities of what's going on, who are if they are too interested in I mean, it's the emperor's new clothes thing, right? Like that's the core thing here, and that is why like Mule keeps on saying the emperor has no clothes. But it is like, it's crucial to the fable of the emperor's new clothes that he was surrounded. Kree was an everything word in Jafar. Oh shit, of course it is. I have to go at the end of the stream because I need to kill no ream. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's important to the Emperor's New Clothes fable that the Emperor is surrounded by yes men, right? All these marks of folly are visible in Trump's war in Iran. The president and his coterie imagined that decapitating the leadership, getting rid of some people, as he put it in his Gulf Club homily, would disable the regime. But Tehran is not Caracas, from which President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were extracted in a special operation on 3rd of January in Venezuela, handed over to the deputy leader Delcy Rodriguez. Iran's government is multi-layered, and for all its murderous repression of the millions who yearn for a Western way of life, what the fuck? Just the like just like sorry it just like really jumped out there. The party line jumped out very suddenly. Anonymous, thank you so much for donating £15. That is £307 achieved. We are now going to have an extra bonus stream next month. I now owe 3 bonus streams next month. So thank you so much to Anonymous for that donation that took us across the goal. I should probably put in some kind of like, like party sounds when we hit the goal or something. Baudrella says they yearn for the mines. It's just like, have you seen footage from Tehran? Like like people live pretty like already pretty Western lives actually already. Like it's not actually like the medieval there, Like there is a lot to talk about the repression of people by the Iranian regime, and like the repression of like feminist activists for sure, but just like the very casual like murderous repression of the millions who yearn for a Western way of life. Princess Beckknight 666 very considerately says, "Now remember everyone, just because we've hit the goal doesn't mean Sophie isn't still doing her job right now." I do appreciate that. Yes, I remember that I am being like, things are very precarious for me, but I'm very happy that we've hit the goal tonight. There will be a reduced goal, by the way. Regular chatters, there is a reduced goal on gaming streams. So tomorrow when I'm doing Resident Evil, you can actually unlock more bonus streams faster if we hit the goal on bonus streams. Just saying. Wallada says, "Hello, I just got here, and did I learn that Persia yearned to be a colony again?" Very old statesman politics. That's very good. It is very old statesman. Okay, we should push on through this. The IRGC manage a business empire spanning oil, telecommunications, construction, and banking. The Basij militias, volunteer paramilitary forces used to crush domestic resistance, receive state benefits and jobs in IRGC-linked companies. Religious foundations and clerical elites control billions of dollars of assets seized from dissidents and minorities. For these groups, losing the war means losing their property, their livelihoods, and their lives. They will fight to the death. Some may welcome death in battle as an opportunity for martyrdom, an enduring and still potent element in Shia Islam. The White House screens out these facts, along with Iran's mastery of low-cost techniques of asymmetric warfare. I think it's a lot more about... Okay, I'm gonna just try and... Iran's government is multi-layered and deeply embedded in society. The IRGC have a lot of businesses. The militias get benefits and jobs. These assets seized from minorities, I don't know if, like, You're basically just saying the ruling class has a lot of means and resources, which is just like, yeah, kind of like our country. Um, for them, losing the war means losing their lives, and they'll fight to the death. That's how a war works when the war is where you are. That's how the war works. And then this is just classic Islamophobia. Like they just love blowing themselves up, right? Like they love suicide bombing. That's their favorite thing. Um, I think this I think this is a lot more it, right? Iran's mastery of low cost techniques of asymmetric warfare. I think that it's a lot more Iran is fighting in very smart ways. I watched a really good video, I think it was this week, by Tristan from Step Back History. It was just like giving a general, like quite detailed overview of Iran and the history around it and what's going on in the war, and it just explains in very good detail. I mean, a lot about it, but also like in particular, if you want to understand why America is so fucked if they try and put troops there, it's a great video to watch for that. Corruption plays a part. Hours before the joint US-Israeli attacks of 28th of February, in which the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed, clusters of bets were placed on sites such as Polymarket, a crypto-based, partly offshore prediction market on which gamblers can wager on outcomes ranging from sporting scores to missile strikes. In March this year, a succession of bets, but minutes before White House announcements regarding the war, made hundreds of millions of dollars for anonymous traders. On 23rd of March, thousands of oil futures contracts, totaling around $1.5 billion in notional value, changed hands in a couple of minutes, a volume around 16 times higher than the daily average. There is no proof that Trump, his aides, or his family are profiting from these trades, but the inescapable conclusion must be that insiders are using privileged information for personal gain. Hang on, Audrey Stardust, you're in the shower right now? This is absolute sicko behavior. I love this. You're watching my stream in the shower? What? You're typing You're typing in chat while watching the stream in the shower? Please tell me you're not just kidding about this. This is so funny. Jenny Azoth says, I watch your VODs in the shower, but I'm not that unhinged. This is the funniest turn for like an unexpected common theme between Sophie from Mars fans, watching me in the shower. Audrey Starter says, big showers for big ladies. Also, I do this regularly. You are a regular shower friend. Oh, whoa. What? Oh my god. This is so funny. Okay, more power to you, babe. Have fun. I hope you're having a great time in the shower. Okay. That's delightful. Trump's war is folly in precisely Tuchman's sense. Politically, it can only harm him, raising petrol prices at the pump and worsening his dwindling prospects in November's midterms. It flouts his campaign promises of no more forever wars and alienates him from the neo-isolationist America First wing of his fracturing MAGA base and strengthens the hands of his rival J.D. Vance. Internationally, his expedition can only marginalize him. Even the European far right, Marine Le Pen, Giorgia Meloni, Alternative for Germany, are distancing themselves. In the Middle East, the war has undercut the financial foundations of US hegemony. An assurance of protection was the basis of the petrodollar system set up in the early 1970s when the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement establishing the dollar as the global reserve currency collapsed under the weight of heavy American spending on the Vietnam War. Needing a prop for the sinking dollar, the Nixon administration tasked Henry Kissinger with negotiating a quid pro quo with Saudi Arabia. The upshot was the petrodollar system, in which the kingdom agreed to price its oil exports exclusively in dollars that could then be recycled in purchases of federal debt. Without the petrodollar, the spiraling American deficit becomes ever more unsustainable. Some suggest Trump's war follows a hidden roadmap. The goal is to stem the rise of China. Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela disrupted Chinese imports of oil from the South American country, and the US is redirecting flows to American Gulf Coast refiners. When, as seems likely, Cuba falls into the American sphere of influence in the coming months, it will be a further setback for Chinese influence. Beijing has invested heavily in Cuban infrastructure, including cybersecurity and surveillance facilities. Assuming there is any such strategy, the results are mixed. As a major oil importer, China is under some pressure. Unlike Russia, which is benefiting from higher prices, Beijing needs oil to keep flowing to maintain its export-oriented economy. But as Iran's largest oil buyer, China is one of the countries allowed through the strait and paying the toll in yuan, a direct challenge to the petrodollar. In some ways, the Gulf states are more fragile than Beirut before its collapse after the outbreak of the Lebanese Civil War in 1975. As missiles continue to penetrate their air defense and their safety premium is lost, Dubai and other cities in the UAE are Balladian landscapes of deserted hotels, drained swimming pools, and sand-shrouded abandoned automobiles. Balladian. We're talking about J.G. Ballard? J.G. Ballard. What did J.G. Ballard do? The Drowned World? Post-apocalyptic novels. Okay. Oh, he worked with David Cronenberg. Okay. Oh, High Rise. Yes, okay. Yeah, that makes complete sense. That makes complete sense now. Cool. Balladian landscapes of deserted hotels, drained swimming pools, and sand-shrouded abandoned automobiles. All of them depend on vulnerable water salination plants for their survival. Despite its own water shortages, Iran is less reliant on the plants. An apocalyptic scenario of mass evacuation, fleeing populations, and a vast refugee crisis are not unrealistic. However the war ends, the result will be the re-emergence of Iran as a major power. Toppling Saddam and his Ba'athist secular dictatorship was bound to strengthen Tehran and make it the dominant influence in the Shia-majority Iraq. Today, the boost to Iranian power is far greater. As the arbiter of passage through Hormuz, Iran has become the deciding force in the global oil economy. When transport and industry are factored in, renewables meet only a fraction of humanity's energy needs. Globalization in its current form is a byproduct of hydrocarbons. Requiring large-scale mining for the minerals that go into batteries and magnets, renewables are themselves fossil fuel derivatives. Renewables themselves are fossil fuel derivatives? They're saying globalization and global supply chains only work because of the fossil fuel empire. So assembling EVs, which requires rare earth minerals from around the world, is also dependent on fossil fuel infrastructure. I mean, the history that has happened, so it's a fine claim insofar as, like, that is what happened. Does that mean anything going forward, or is it just kind of a smug gotcha? If the world successfully transitioned to renewables, which if if the instability of fossil fuels continues to be a very serious problem, then like capital will want to protect itself by moving towards more reliable stuff. So supposing that wind and solar became absolutely fucking huge over the next couple of decades, then the global supply chain could probably still, like, it doesn't. Yeah, I'm not sure this is a very meaningful statement. Like, I'm gonna ponder on this one for a while probably, but I don't think that's a very meaningful statement. China rules over these supply chains, where it often holds a near monopoly, and appears to be expanding its coal production. Any green transition is a distant prospect. Also not sure about this one. Like, I think that I think that the amount of power that the fossil fuel industry has had via American imperialism, like when you're talking about like Henry Kissinger negotiating the reality of the petrodollar with Saudi Arabia, I think that's the beginning of a period that we are probably seeing the end of right now. I think that like the the power of the fossil fuel industry to work to undermine climate science and a green transition will probably wane with American power. Like, not completely. I think this is itself like fossil fuel realism. I think this is like keeping their readers' minds locked in the same set of facts. Meanwhile, Iran will be the single most important player in energy markets. Trump's jaunt has ended in a cul-de-sac. If he retreats from the Middle East, states that were under US protection will waver between shades of neutrality and forging coalitions against a resurgent Iran. More endangered than they were before the war, Israel and Saudi Arabia, Bahrain and Oman will be juggling multiple threats. I mean, Oman apparently are going to get like half of the shipping fees. So like Oman are the true masters of do nothing win, to be honest. Hydrogen fuel cells are old tech. The only reason we haven't invested in it is because of lobbying bullshit. Yeah, absolutely. I knew people, again, at university, over a decade ago, who were working on hydrogen fuel cells as a viable way to like. I think, I mean, there are like. Weren't they trialing hydrogen fuel with buses a while ago? It's the kind of thing that like people will like just flash a little bit of money into to just like show that they're open to the possibility of doing the cool progressive thing. But I think that it's just like if there was a very big economic shift, like say if fossil fuels were incredibly unstable and expensive and unpredictable, then like yeah, okay. I think there is the issue of like fossil fuels are a thing that like capitalism is so well suited to get along well with because there's like a technically finite but very large resource pool of them, and like the fact that it's a physical commodity that needs to be transported and then consumed, and then you need more of it and you need this constant supply in a very like hyper dependent fashion. Capitalism loves this style of commodity, and like by contrast, a massive solar farm just turning sunshine into power. Yeah, that's sensible. That's a sensible move if you're trying to plan your economy centrally to take care of people. It's you could say it's realist. You could say it's realistic even. If he opts to finish the job and launches a ground invasion, the US will be dragged into a debacle larger than Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq combined. Finally, a true and fair take from the New Statesman. Yes, I really can't overstate how pessimistic I feel about the prospects of US troops in Iran. Like, those kids will get like massacred like nobody else has in history. It's going to be really bad. That's my feeling. I'm not a military girly. I'd be not happy to be wrong because it would mean that like, you know, America would do quite well there if I'm wrong, but I genuinely think that like, yeah, it would be really bad. And the way that people are talking around it as well, I think there's a general consensus about that. Even Lindsey Graham said we could take Kog Island because we took Iwo Jima, and it's like, that's the battle where more US soldiers died than like anywhere else in history. It's just like, okay. I'm gonna press on through because I want to get to this other. I wanna go raid the NASA stream and go watch Artemis. Okay. In his April 1st presidential address, Trump threatened to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages where they belong. This phrase echoes that of General Curtis LeMay, who in his memoir Mission with LeMay recalled advising that North Vietnam must be bombed back into the Stone Age. LeMay's plan was to target factories, harbours, and bridges. Trump threatened on 6th of April to attack bridges, power, and possibly water plants. It too will fail at the cost of an irrecoverable strategic defeat. The cardinal consequence, before I carry on from that, this is I think Israel would be very happy to see Iran so completely destabilized that it was just like a kind of forever war region of just complete horror. I don't think that, again, maybe Trump is dumb enough, but I guess what am I getting at? Again, because of the decentralized military and the mosaic strategy, where the IRGC, the Iranian military is broken up into lots of little bits that will have standing orders they will operate on if the central command is compromised and is incapacitated. Doing this kind of shit will cause Iran to seriously incapacitate a bunch of its neighbors in a way that will be absolutely devastating to the world economy. I think we need to bear this in mind just whenever we're going through more of Trump's threats. I think that Israel would love to see it, but I think that hopefully enough Americans know that Iran will take the entire world with them. The cardinal consequence of the war will be the death of an idea of American empire. Founded in the imagination as a city on a hill that left the empires of Europe behind, the founders of the United States ostensibly repudiated anything that smacked of imperial power. By the time of the First World War, it had acquired several territories that functioned as colonies in a traditional European sense. Numerous small Caribbean and Pacific islands, Alaska, Hawaii, the Philippines, and the Panama Canal Zone. It is this old world imperial order to which Trump aims to revert in his revival of the Monroe Doctrine, asserting America's hemispheric suzerainty. In the 20th century, the idea of empire mutated with Woodrow Wilson's fervent promotion of national self-determination at the 1919 Versailles Peace Conference. The projection of an American model of government became an anti-imperial project, professedly advancing the rights and aspirations of all peoples. Beneath the accidents of their historical identities, the ideal American was latent in every human being. What the fuck is this? Sorry. Some version of this fanciful notion informs the catastrophe that is underway today. Relentless aerial bombardment does not release an imaginary inner American and unifying populations against their governments, no matter how repressive they may be. Especially when civilian infrastructure is targeted. It unites people against it unites them against the invader. When Trump posts he will rain down hell on them. He expresses the same idea as the American commander who said of a Vietnamese city in 1965, it became necessary to destroy the town to save it. The sequel will not be dissimilar in Iran. This is not simply a case of the lessons of history being ignored. Trump's war looks more like an example of what Sigmund Freud described as repetition compulsion, an unconscious process in which the mind acts out what it cannot properly remember. A creature of the moment, as he may be, Trump seems driven by an impulse to reimagine the past and reassert American, and his own, greatness. Even as he is taking a wrecking ball to the historic White House East Wing to construct a monumental ballroom... Shut up. When an infantile fantasy of omnipotence comes up against unyielding realities, the response is inchoate rage. Psychopathology may be more illuminating than geopolitics at this point. In a more profound sense than is commonly recognized, Donald Trump does not know what he is doing. Yes, Sie wissen das nicht, right? He is an inspired ideological actor. Trump whisperers, such as the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, believe they can inject a sliver of reason into his deliberations, but Trump's logic is instinctual, not rational. As his lifting of sanctions on Russian oil has demonstrated, he has visceral sympathy for Vladimir Putin's blend of tyranny and oligarchy. Détente with Russia will create many lucrative business opportunities. While NATO may linger on in name, the transatlantic alliance is operationally defunct. America is returning to its pre-1914 trajectory as a civilization separate from Europe. In the UK, the default position is to wait out the storm until sanity returns to Washington. Why Putin or Xi Jinping should exhibit similar patience is not explained. Could there be a better time for them to act? Ramping up hybrid warfare in underdefended Europe will give Putin leverage in any peace deal with Ukraine. With Trump having shifted military assets from the Asia-Pacific to Middle East and running down munitions, Xi may be able to absorb Taiwan without firing a shot. This is just... What if the people there want to be in China? Because polling says they do. And I don't mean that as in therefore China should invade. I mean that as in like, what if it just happens? What if it just happens and it's completely fine? There has been talk of an Anglo-Gaullism in the UK, in which the UK relies on itself and European allies for its security. Oh my god, the most obvious thing possible. Who could imagine? Obviously, this presupposes much higher defence spending, and soon. But renewing Britain's defence capacity requires reindustrialising the economy, an enterprise that could take decades. Without an actionable plan, British Gaullism is an idle dream. And this, of course, is the thing that the New Statesman hates more than anything. Trump's little excursion is a point of no return in America's retreat as a global power. In what world could such an outlandish figure be president of the US twice? Well, our world, the one our rulers made and then showed they did not comprehend when they dismissed him as a passing aberration. Trump may wreck everything he touches, but his standing as a world historical figure is beyond doubt. Might he be leading America towards another regime change, foreshadowed in the toxic trickster Tucker Carlson and the smooth left populist Zoran What? Sorry. They too belong in our world. Okay, well, give me your thoughts. What do people think of the article? I'm just like... It's very telling, like I said, when the liberal slop writers get round to admitting what is real, like admitting that they exist in something like our reality. It's very striking to me. And I think on this one, like, the description of what happened in the collapse of American empire, because I guess we're all just agreeing it's happened now. That's cool. I like it. The description of what happened, it's quite like this poetic tragedy, right? Like, it doesn't acknowledge, like, first and foremost, that American empire has been like an evil thing, because why would it, right? This is not the perspective that the New Statesman comes from. It reminds me of a curiosity I had for a while, where I was wondering if, like, American liberals who are doing very little to combat fascism feel like they would, if fascism just completely took over every aspect of their lives, their suffering would be this sort of beautiful tragedy, and they'd be like, just feel so bad that they couldn't do anything about the, you know? Princess Back Knight says, God, it's so fucking base that everyone just agrees on that. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, like it's quite funny, I had a Tumblr ask a couple of days ago that was like, do you think that this will be the end of American Empire? Do you think the Iran war is the end of the American Empire? And I'm just like, like, by the time I was getting around to try and answer it, like, the New Statesman had made it their front cover, and it's just like, I've been saying the American Empire was about to collapse for a fucking while, and like, yeah, I didn't really expect it to happen this rapidly, but Trump has really fucking done it. Yeah, I might leave it there tonight. Chat, I'm going to be back tomorrow playing Resident Evil. Let's raid NASA right now. Get ready to spam animal noises into the NASA chat. I am really excited to watch the astronauts come home. I am quite nervous about the heat shield, which I know there's been objections to, but NASA has changed their trajectory instead of replacing the heat shield. Um, let's raid into NASA. Let's go make some animal noises in NASA chat. I hope you're all as excited to see the moon, the return of the Artemis 2 of the Orion spacecraft as I am. We are 1 hour and 20 minutes from splashdown. Chat, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for being my chat. VOD watchers, thank you for being my VOD watchers. I'll be back tomorrow with some Resident Evil 9. Good night, everyone.